Seeing that we have a quorum, I'd like to call to order this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council for Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Flaherty?
Here.
Zulik?
Here.
Rallo?
Here.
Ruff?
Here.
Piedmont Smith?
Here.
Stossberg?
Here.
Asari?
Here.
Rosenbarger?
Here.
And Daly?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start with our land and labor acknowledgement for the city of Bloomington. We recognize that the city sits on native land. Bloomington, as well as Bloomington administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge that they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana and Bloomington resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many indigenous and other people of color, and we commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. So to summarize tonight's agenda, we have approval of minutes from October 4th, 2023. We then will move to reports. First, reports from council members, then reports from the mayor and city offices, and we have tonight the Human Rights Commission annual award presentation. Then we will move to reports from council committees, if there are any, and then reports from the public. So that's the first opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda this evening. Then we will move to appointments to boards and commissions. I don't believe we have any there. Then legislation for second reading and resolutions. There we have Ordinance 2024-11 to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic regarding amendments to Section 15.12.010 stop intersections to remove stop intersections on 7th Street from Schedule A and add multi-stop intersections on 7th Street to Schedule B. Our second item for second reading is Ordinance 2024-12 to amend Title 15 of the Municipal Code, Vehicles and Traffic. And this is regarding removal of one-stop intersection on Constitution Avenue and Liberty Drive, adding one signalized intersection on Constitution Way and Liberty Drive, replacing pull-in angled parking with back-in angled parking on 6th Street between Walnut and 35 feet west of Washington Street, removing no parking zones on the north side of Atwater Avenue between Park Avenue and Faculty Avenue, and to codify and extend the no parking zone on the south side of Grimes Lane from Morton Street to 100 feet east of Palmer Avenue. Then we will move on to Ordinance 2024-07 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning 138.51 acre property from planned unit development and residential medium lot to a new planned unit development, and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan. And this is regarding South Weimer Road. Sudbury Partners, LLC is the petitioner. This is known as the Summit District. And our last item in this category is Resolution 2024-12, a resolution on budgeting excellence and strategic transformation. Then we will move to the legislation for first readings. We have Ordinance 2024-13 to amend Title II of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Administration and Personnel regarding order of business at regular sessions. Then we will have a second opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda. We will review items pertaining to the council schedule, and then we will adjourn. And I'll just mention this because we do have a long agenda, that any item of legislation introduced after 10:30 needs a 2/3 majority of council members to be introduced. So we'll move to minutes.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. I move that we suspend the rules to consider the minutes from October 4th, 2023 in the ordinary course of business this evening.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules in order to consider minutes from a previous council term. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty? Yes. Rosenzweig? Yes. Sorry. Rallo?
Yes.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Thank you.
I move to approve the minutes from October 4th, 2023.
Second.
All right. Are there any comments or questions on the minutes from October 4th, 2023? And Mr. Lucas, can we see Mr. Rollo, Councilmember Rollo? See? There he is.
Sorry.
Okay. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on approval of the minutes?
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those minutes are approved. Next, we will move to reports from council members. And I'll start on Zoom. Councilmember Rollo, do you have a report this evening? Oh, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I don't have a report.
All right,
Thank you.
Let's move to my far left. Councilmember Daley, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to share with everybody that my third grader recently came home. They had done the Eco Heroes program in their classroom, and he was begging me if we could please adopt a drain. And I said, yeah, okay, why not? Let's look into it. So we went on the city website, looked up adopt a drain, and we adopted a Bloomington city drain. And so it's an endeavor that strives to improve the water quality of our streams while reducing flood risk in our community. And the only prerequisite for adopt a drain is to have a genuine concern for the well-being of our community. And it made my 9-year-old so incredibly happy to know that we're going to be cleaning up the drains on our street. So the duties include inspecting storm drains at least once per month, clearing storm drains when needed, and then completing and submitting a quarterly report. And the sign-up was super simple. There was a volunteer sign-up on the website when you go on there. And then the city will reach back out to you to provide training, answer any questions that you have, and offer an attractive yard sign. And then you're ready to start. So I encourage everybody to adopt a drain in your neighborhood. Look into it. It's not high maintenance, and it's really valuable and contributing a lot to the city. And then just finally, I want to continue on with my Mental Health Awareness Month information. We are on week 3 of Mental Health Awareness Month, which is pregnant and postpartum people. So this week focuses on recognizing the importance of maternal mental health among pregnant and postpartum people. Depression during and after pregnancy is very common, and it is very treatable. So recent CDC research shows that about 1 in 8 women experience symptoms of postpartum depression. And additionally, a recent analysis by CDC found the rate of depression diagnosis at delivery is increasing, and it was 7 times higher in 2015 than it was in 2000. So if you know a pregnant or postpartum person or are one who seems to be dealing with symptoms of depression, there is help out there, and there's no shame in it. It is extraordinarily common. So you can call or text 988, or you can chat at 988lifeline.org if you need help. It's a free and confidential line that's available 24/7, 365, connecting people with an experienced mental health, substance use, or suicidal crisis counselor. Or you could also call or text 1-833-9-HELP-MOMS for another free confidential hotline, Pregnancy for New Moms, in English and in Spanish. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbarger.
No report, thank you.
Councilmember Asare.
No report.
Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. I do have a report this evening. I actually have a few things, so hopefully I'll be very efficient in going through them. So first of all, just kind of an update from Plan Commission. We did have a Plan Commission meeting this week, and I also realized that I didn't really report on the April Plan Commission meeting. So going back to April, we had two new things approved in April. One was the new Beacon facility. Their site plan got approved. And then the other one was a student housing unit off of 17th, also got approved. And neither of those things required specific exceptions to their respective zoning codes, et cetera. And then the meeting this week, there was the basically like first reading of a new subdivision that started getting discussed. It's basically a lot sort of redesign that is on the east side that is a new subdivision design. So that got referred to a second reading within the Plan Commission. And then the other more maybe interesting thing, there was a rezone petition from the Indiana Center for Recovery, and that was withdrawn by the petitioner on Monday. So those are the Plan Commission updates. Second thing I want to remind everybody of is that I have my constituent meeting, my monthly constituent meeting this week on Saturday at 11 a.m., and that is here in City Hall next door in the McCloskey room. And I also just kind of want to give myself the space right now that if it's a really nice day on Saturday, I may just sit outside right in front of the doors if it's really pretty and talk to people there. So you should be able to find me in one of those two places on Saturday morning at 11, and I welcome everybody to come to that. And then the third announcement, some folks may or may not know this about me. One of the things that our family has tended to do over the years is host foreign exchange students. And it's a really kind of rewarding experience. We have really enjoyed doing it. And so I just kind of want to, they are currently actively looking for hosts in the community, including just welcome hosts if you kind of feel like maybe I want to think about this and I can maybe commit to, welcoming a student here from another country for maybe 6 weeks at the beginning of the year and then kind of see what happens. That is also an option. And that you don't have to be a certain family type in order to host. All ages are welcome. Single folks are also welcome to do that. And there are, of course, there's an application, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if that is something that is of interest to you, please just email me and let me know, and I can hook you up with the local coordinator that I work with. And our first exchange student that we got, she stayed with us when my daughter was actually 2. And so it was really fun that my daughter got this older sister. And we still talk to her and communicate with her. So that's really exciting. And then while I'm talking about students, I just want to acknowledge that the last day of MCCSC school is next week. It is on Tuesday. So congratulations to graduates. I know that Tri-North Middle School has their 8th grade graduation tonight. Elementary graduations, I think, are spread out on different days, and then high school graduation is next week. So congrats to all the graduates locally, and also congratulations to all of the students and teachers for very nearly making it through another year, and as of next Tuesday, you will have made it through another year. So that is my report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty, do you have a report?
Thank you.
Councilmember Zulik?
No report, thank you.
Councilmember Ruff?
No report tonight, thank you.
Thank you, and I do not have a report. So then we can move on to the Human Rights Commission Annual Award presentation. I believe we have Mr. Ryan Shaddy from the Human Rights Commission to present. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. Good evening. I'm Ryan Shaddy, and it is my honor to stand before you tonight as the chair of the Bloomington Monroe County Human Rights Commission and present the 2024 Bloomington Monroe County Human Rights Award to both an organization and an individual. In a time marked by rising hatred towards our Jewish and Palestinian neighbors, it is more important than ever to remember one purpose of our commission: fostering unity within our community, to which our winners do remarkable work. While Bloomington and Monroe County do a great job welcoming everyone, we still have work to do to achieve harmony for all of our members. This is why our commission, along with the dedicated individuals and groups within our community, continues to strive for progress. This year's recipients of the 2024 Bloomington Monroe County Human Rights Award have done a spectacular job in fostering a community that confronts biasness, protects the most vulnerable, and fights daily to ensure all feel welcome welcomed and included here. First, I would like to introduce our organization award winner, Building a Thriving, Compassionate Community. Building a Thriving, Compassionate Community is a network of organizations and individuals collaborating to identify and address social problems in Monroe County to create a safer, healthier, and more stable community. The group aims to promote an equitable society by offering trainings, resources, and opportunities for members to connect and collaborate with the goal of preventing bias and the processes that cause trauma. The group also provides trainings in implicit bias, trauma, collective care, and primary prevention to nonprofits and to city and county groups, along with co-hosting the annual Monroe County Childhood Conditions Summit. Their nominator said their values and missions are centered on upholding human rights and redistributing power and resources so those in need have access. As you can see, this group has done much work in our community to help change perceived biases and work on those who experience trauma due to those biases. It is a collective of people who care for individuals in our community and bring about change in it as well. The BMC-HRC is pleased to present the 2024 City of Bloomington and Monroe County Institutional Human Rights Award to the BTCC. The Commission recognizes and appreciates your hard work. If those individuals who are here representing BTCC want to come up with right now, appreciates your hard work and perseverance, and we look forward to seeing your progress in the future.
Congratulations.
Okay, next is our individual award. This person is not only important to our commission, but especially to me. Byron Bangert was the chair of the Bloomington Human Rights Commission when I came on board. He was also the first to allow me to serve as chair for any board or commission, so he holds a special place in my heart. He is an amazing teacher and human. Our commission is better because he is part of it, and I emphasize is part of it. And he was the leader of it, even still today. Byron served on the Bloomington, Monroe County, and the Bloomington, Monroe County, and then the recently conjoined Bloomington, Monroe County Human Rights Commission. So he served on both commissions at the same time before we conjoined them. For 27 years, acting as chair for the BHRC, before handing those responsibilities to me, for 11 years. He was active in all the commission's responsibilities, such as investigating human rights violation complaints, marching in the 4th of July parade, presenting ordinance amendments to the City Council, and encouraging the Commission to consider new issues, including rights for incarcerated persons. Byron has published more than 20 books and articles on human rights subjects, has profoundly served and continues to serve our community through decades of dedicated volunteerism, aiming at furthering human rights, such as the Monroe County Red Cross, Hospice of Bloomington, South Central Community Mental Health Center, the Bloomington Hospital Institutional Review Board, the United Way of Monroe County, the Community Justice and Mediation Center, the Bloomington 9/11 Working Group, and the Monroe County United Ministries. Byron's work transcends throughout this community, and our community should be forever thankful for his compassion, humility, and work to make it a better place to live. Byron is also a retired academic, ethics consultant, and ordained minister. Byron's nominators said that he represents the best of Bloomington's vision for a safer, more inclusive, and more equitable society for all, and has been an inspiration for the next generation to step forward and continue this crucial work. Council members, indeed he has. He has inspired me and others not only within our commission, but throughout our community to do just that. With so much pride, enthusiasm, and without reservation, I'm greatly humbled and honored to award the 2024 City of Bloomington and Monroe County Human Rights Individual Award to the Reverend Byron Bangert. Byron, go ahead and come up here. Thank you, Byron, for your tireless dedication to Bloomington and every community in which you have touched. Congratulations.
Very kind words.
Yes, absolutely. That's yours, though.
Congratulations.
Before I conclude my remarks, Byron would like to say some words himself, so we'll let him.
It's been an honor and a privilege, and most of the time a joy, to serve on the Human Rights Commissions of the City of Bloomington and of Monroe County. The City Commission since 1997, and a charter member of the County Commission since 2011, and remaining on both of those commissions until the convening of the Joint Commission about a year and a half ago, and I served a full term then on that commission as well. I am deeply grateful and humbled to receive this award, having participated in the selection and presiding at the ceremony for a great host of others who have contributed significantly and in lots of different ways to helping secure and advance human rights of the members of our community. And I want especially to thank those who nominated me, one of whom I think is here tonight, Barbara McKinney, I've been told, and the Bloomington Monroe County Human Rights Commission members who've seen fit to include me among those who have previously received this award. Also, thanks to the Common Council members over the years who saw fit to continue to appoint me to the City Commission, and to those county commissioners who did so for the county HRC throughout its entire existence as a separate commission. I was privileged as the sole individual appointed to both commissions to serve as a kind of liaison between them, a role I'm glad is no longer necessary. In addition to adjudicating cases where complaints of human rights violations have been filed, both HRCs and the new Bloomington Monroe County HRC have engaged in education and advocacy on behalf of human rights. On previous occasions when I've had an opportunity to address the Common Council, I have always stressed that the BHRC had a robust view of human rights, one that extended well beyond our formal legal mandate to enforce the ordinance prohibiting discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations. Sometimes we felt the need to speak out publicly with a letter or a statement. Sometimes we addressed a particular concern or supported a particular action before the Common Council. For a time, we endeavored, in light of practices of wage theft and possible human trafficking, to encourage local restaurants to commit to fair labor practices. Both previous commissions, and especially the County Commission, have been concerned about the conditions of our local jail and have visited the jail on several occasions and can attest to the need for new facilities that allow for more humane and restorative justice practices to be implemented. Violations of human rights are ubiquitous in our time, and perhaps they always have been, except that now we have standards and international declarations and laws that make it clearer than it probably ever has been, not only that large portions of humanity are subject to insecurity, cruelty, and injustice, but that so much of human suffering is not to be accepted as part of the human condition, but rather should be treated as an offense against and a violation of that human condition. I want to repeat that. So much of human suffering in our world is not to be accepted as part of the human condition, but rather should be treated as an offense against and a violation of the human condition. Tragically and alarmingly, what constitutes the best of human governance, especially when it comes to civil and human rights, including the freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of movement, is under widespread assault. This is no less true in our country than many places elsewhere. Ironically, where people can still vote for their leadership, democracy itself is now on the ballot, and I fear has been losing ground. At one of our last meetings with the Bloomington Monroe County Human Rights Commission, this was last year toward the end of my tenure, we discussed the possibility of crafting a statement regarding the current conflict between Israel and Gaza. We decided that the matter was too fraught with moral and factual complexities to lend itself to a formal group statement, but that individuals might find their own ways to express their anguish about what is happening there and what is happening here in response. There's no doubt in my mind that both Hamas and Israel have committed war crimes, atrocities, and violations of human rights. There's no doubt that we, as American citizens, have long supported one side in this conflict far more than any other, and are thus morally complicit in the deaths and destruction that have been rained down upon Gaza and the Palestinians, mostly civilian women, men, and children. Our country has provided the 2,000-pound bombs and the other war materials that have killed tens of thousands of non-combatants in clear violation of any reasonable interpretation of the ethics of war. I won't go on. There's a whole lot more that could be said, all kinds of subtleties and nuances as well, but it's too painful for you, I suspect, and it's too painful for me. But I want to thank and commend you council members for passing the resolution calling for a ceasefire. We cannot isolate or insulate ourselves from what is happening before our eyes if we bother to look. Our world is too interconnected for that. We must all use whatever means at our disposal to be advocates for human rights. I also want to give a shout out to all the peaceful protesters, including many Jewish students and faculty who have courageously given voice to call for an end to Israel's genocidal war against Gaza. And I want to say that some of the very best news coverage that I've seen has been provided by Democracy Now!, which may be viewed some evenings on CATS Channel 7 at 6 p.m., or anytime on your computer at their website, democracynow.org. I would also commend the broadcast on WFIU this noon on Fresh Air. Excellent news and information about what's happened in Gaza. The corporate media, of which I also consume a lot these days, are simply not as good nor as distressing at telling the human story. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Byron Bangert and Building Thriving Compassionate Community embody the spirit of our Human Rights Commission. They are beacons of hope and compassion, working tirelessly to create a more just and equitable community for all. Thank you, Reverend Bangert and BTCC, for your unwavering commitment to making a difference in our city. You are truly an inspiration to us all. Let us all continue to work together to build a thriving and compassionate community where everyone feels safe, respected, and valued. Thank you, council members, and have a good night.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the award winners. Next, we'll move to reports from council committees. Are there any reports from committees? Seeing none, we will go to the first period of public comment on items that are not on the agenda. This period is limited to 20 minutes total. Could I see a show of hands of people who are here who would like to speak during this period? 1, 2, 3. Mr. Lucas, could you please make an announcement via Zoom? To our members members of the public who are engaging via Zoom.
Yes, if there are folks joining online that would like to speak, please let us know by raising your hand in Zoom. You can do that by clicking the Raise Hand button in your control bar under the Reactions tab or the More tab. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak. I see one hand at the moment.
Okay, you have one hand raised. We have 3 here. 4. Yes, so let's do a maximum of 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So if you'd like to make a public comment, you can approach the podium and sign in for the record and then state your name, and you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Hello. Hey, I got some good words, good, bad, and ugly. The good is the thing that Kirkwood and Elm is fixed. The thing went across the road. I don't know if anybody drove that after I'd complained about it. It was like a speed bump, like a cut in the road, and it was probably 4 inches deep. And man, when you hit that thing, it would knock the teeth right out of your head. It was bad for a long time. And I got up last week, I drove down through there and it was fixed. Great job, street department. Joe Van Deventer, Danny Bittner, Dana, Cheyenne at the street. That was a great job. I really appreciated that. I drive that road every day. I'm surprised a lot more people didn't complain about that because, man, that thing was dangerous. And I appreciated that. Really smooth. Great job. Got a good street department there. Another thing, too, I want to talk to some people that are watching right now. I ran into a couple buddies the other day, and they kind of insinuated, well, they said, a couple of them called me mayor. How you doing, mayor? I thought, huh? And they being sarcastic about me coming up here and stretching my freedom of speech legs to say what I want to say up here. A lot of men died for me to be able to do this. And, you know, kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. You know, who do you think you are? They didn't say that, but I could sense they was thinking, who do you think you are, Darrell? You're nobody. And I had a couple of them say, well, your voice doesn't matter. You're one person. I thought, that's a wrong attitude to have, man. We don't need that in this country. We need more people up here saying what they're thinking, right? And I'm a spur-of-the-moment guy. I'm greasy. I've been working on my car all day. I'm retired. That's my hobby. I've been doing it since 1972. I could dress it, but I just like to come here just straight from the heart, man. Just straight from the heart. But I just want to tell them, if they're watching me right now, hey, I'm here, and you're on your couch drinking beer, so don't complain to me next time you see me that I'm nobody, and I shouldn't, kind of insinuate that I shouldn't be up here. Who are you? Well, I'm here, you're on your couch drinking your beer. I don't appreciate you. If you ain't got nothing nice to say to me when you see me, don't say nothing at all. Okay? You got that? But you know, hey, another thing, I'm going to go all over the place. Man, that thunder last night scared the hell out of me. That thing struck 3 or 4 times, and man, it scared the heck out of me. And I'm sure it did everybody else too, okay? I don't know what that's got to do with anything, but it caught my attention, man. It really did. Let's see, what else? Oh, another thing, well, let me see, let me think for a second. I don't write nothing down. I should write stuff down. I could be a little bit more in order. But one thing I did notice about the lightning, scared the heck out of me. But you know, it didn't scare the heck out of Bloomington police or the fire department that kept doing their jobs. I heard them go by a few times in the night, and I thought, man, there must be some tough dudes. You know, them guys were probably shaking in their shoes in their cars when that lightning went off. But Bloomington police do a great job. And another thing, too, I've got the app from the Monroe County Sheriff's thing over here, and I looked at it every day to see the new people going into jail. I kind of watch it because I've got a daughter up over there right now. And you see the same faces in there every day. The justice system isn't working, man. We're seeing the same people coming every day. Thank you.
All right, next person in chambers.
Good evening, council and everyone. This is probably going to be the first of a few times I'm up here tonight, so I was trying to keep it brief. But I just wanted to mention a point about the prospective expansion on the convention center.
Could you state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, thank you. Pauly Tyracone. From the outside looking in, I don't know all the ins and outs about the convention center expansion. I've kept an eye on it. Frankly, the whole thing is reading like a little bit of a boondoggle. And I feel like our, precious administrative capacity as a city and as a community would be better spent in other ways. I don't think we should think of the funds that we've generated through the food and beverage tax as things that were, that it's that is necessarily worth fighting tooth and nail to keep hold of it in the context of the convention center specifically. I think if we're thinking in terms of how it's directly going to benefit downtown businesses, how it's going to directly benefit downtown infrastructure and connectivity for pedestrians and bicyclists and people who use transit, then I think it could be a positive thing. But currently, I just don't see that being reflected in discussions, in the planning processes, and what have you. One change that I think could be really helpful to come of it is Smith Avenue, that's right south of the Project School, connects to the B line. I think that could be a much more prioritized connection in the bike grid network currently, bike and pedestrian especially. It doesn't seem like it's super critical for a lot of cars, so I'm not to necessarily say we should get rid of access for cars, but maybe prioritizing access for bikes and pedestrians I think could do a lot of good for our network. That's it for now. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Zoom. Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to comment?
Yes. First up on Zoom is Jamie.
Hello, my name is Jamie Scholl, and I have something I'd like to share this evening. In many previous city council meetings, there have been positive statements regarding the land acknowledgement. However, to me, this recitation seems somewhat performative. From those who have not known anyone of the stated tribes or tribes that are not included in the acknowledgement, although they did live very near here. I did know somebody who was Potawatomi, Dr. Johnny Flynn of the Citizen Band of Potawatomi Tribe. He was the founding director of the American Indian Programs at IUPUI and lecturer of religious studies from 2004 to 2008. Johnny was awarded the Joseph T. Taylor Excellence in Diversity Award posthumously in recognition of his contributions to diversity at IUPUI and has a memorial library in his name. The Potawatomi, according to what Johnny told me and what I found online, did not live in the Bloomington area. The Piankashaw tribe, located to the west, is not mentioned in our land acknowledgement, but they did live nearby. The Potawatomi moved from their home on the east coast of North America in a mass migration inland from the Atlantic coast to the Great Lakes region. The journey consisted of 7 stops. Today, we call these locations Montreal, Niagara Falls, the Detroit River, Manitoulin Island, Sault Ste. Marie, Spirit, and Madeline Islands. It was at Niagara Falls that the people disbanded into 3 distinct tribes. The Ojibwe, migrating to the north and west of Lake Superior, with whom I have had diversity training. The Odawa to the north of Lake Superior in Michigan and Huron. And the Potawatomi who migrated south to the coast of Lake Michigan. Robin Wall Kimmerer, scientist and indigenous author, has an entire chapter in a book, Braiding Sweetgrass, to what it means and if it's possible to become indigenous to the land. Her conclusion is that we may become naturalized citizens to a place, and this is manifest by integrating into the lives of the non-human citizens, the non-human residents that already reside in this location. To not take too much, to give back, to be respectful, and to show gratitude to those with whom we share this space. We may speak of ecological services, but that objectifies the benefits we human beings take from the non-human beings and the land itself. This is inherent in the current structure of our system and begins with the concept of ownership of land transferred here from Europe, which disregards all other life that resides here. Since the peoples who would take care of this land are not here, then I propose we scrutinize the structure within which we consider planning and development, at the very least within the scientific lens of carrying capacity, if not through the cultural and spiritual lens of the Potawatomi, the Piankashaw, and the other native peoples throughout time who once called this land home. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to Council Chambers. Next speaker here, please.
Hello, Council. My name is Brian Victor. First of all, sorry for looking, like this. I literally just woke up, so that's not really important. Okay, so first business. I'm speaking to the soul of the council, like the individual souls of the councils, not the body, because, I can't really, what I'm about to say isn't really like to the body, but more to the people. First, I'd really like to thank the hot dog lady. You fed the encampment for the day, and we are incredibly thankful for you. It is funny. I probably should have worded that better, but thank you so much. But furthermore on that, a small group of us are trying to create a website that'll allow for further information of Gaza and also for donations to the encampment. Even if you don't want to donate, I'd like for you guys to at least include the link on your individual websites or social medias. That'll be pretty cool. And, young voters could be enticed to vote for you. If this is an interest, you can email me at brvictor@iu.edu. Again, this could, my school email, kind of weird. But, no, it's been raining. We're still out there. That's to everyone. We're still out there. Tarps would be cool, tents, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and everyone has their own beliefs, their own systems. Either way, I'll go away now. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. Thank you, Hot Dog Lady, again, and goodbye.
Thank you. Next person here in chambers.
Good evening, council members. Paul Post, President FOP 88. I just want to take a quick moment to remind the public and the council that today is May 15th, which is otherwise known as Peace Officer Memorial Day in America as part of National Police Week. Today we had a service this morning at the Monroe County Courthouse. It was very well attended, and we appreciate the public and members who came to that. And I just wanted to read off the names of the 8 officers and deputies from Monroe County who have died over the last 96 years, and you remember them. Ralph Wayne Pogue of the Bloomington Police Department, end of watch, November 25th, 1928. Samuel Perry Cardwell, Bloomington Police Department, end of watch, December 24th, 1928. Dale W. Mishler, Bloomington Police Department, end of watch, March 25th, 1955. Jerry A. Green, Bloomington Police Department, end of watch, July 15th, 1967. Donald Eugene Owens, Bloomington Police Department, end of watch, August 15th, 1975. William Rollin Brand, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, end of watch, February 8th, 2005. Sarah Irene Haylett Jones, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, end of watch, October 19th, 2008. And James Driver, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, end of watch, March 29th, 2021. We will never forget them and their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
No, not that I see.
Okay, we will come back then to the next part of our agenda. Do we have any appointments to boards and commissions? Councilmember Flaherty?
I don't have an appointment, but I have a request to initiate removal for cause. Is that appropriate at this time?
Yes,
as well?
Go ahead.
I want to double check on the seat, but I would like to move that the council and clerk's office coordinate to notice Alex Hakes in seat C1 of BCOS of our intent to remove for lack of attendance.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to give notice to Alex Hickey's from the Bloomington Commission on Sustainability that he may be removed due to lack of attendance. Mr. Councilmember Flaherty, do you want to give any more information?
Sure. Sorry for the extemporaneous motion that wasn't as well crafted as I think we have some boilerplate for this purpose that I forgot to source in advance. Just to note that we've been in touch, Interview Committee C, with the staff liaison about this. I think it's been many months, like maybe 6 or more since this person has attended. They've also already had outreach from the staff liaison. We haven't heard back as far as I'm aware. Otherwise, we would have actually voted to remove tonight as opposed to the kind of formal step of requesting any extenuating circumstances before the formal removal at our next regular session.
Do we need to vote on this motion? Yes. Okay, any other questions or comments about the motion to give notice for possible removal? All right. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on the motion?
Councilmember Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion passes 9-0. And who will be reaching out to this individual? Will it be the clerk's office, the council office? Do we know how that usually works?
I believe the council office has done that in the past, but we will certainly coordinate with the clerk's office on sending that communication.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we can move to legislation.
I move that ordinance 2024-11 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Councilmember Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
and Rallo.
Yes.
All right, will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-11 to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic regarding amending Section 15.12.010 stop intersections to remove stop intersections on 7th Street from Schedule A and add multi-stop intersections on 7th Street to Schedule B. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Title 15, Vehicles and Traffic of the Bloomington Municipal Code, and comes forth at the request of city staff. The ordinance makes the following change. Replaces stop intersections with multi-stop intersections along 7th Street, at Morton Street, Washington Street, Lincoln Street, Grant Street, and Dunn Street.
I move ordinance 2024-11 be adopted.
Second.
Yes, Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Hi, thank you. I would like to make a motion to postpone this ordinance.
All right, is there a second?
Information.
Yes.
Is the motion to postpone the ordinance indefinitely?
Indefinitely.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to postpone this ordinance indefinitely. Councilmember Rosenbarger, would you like to explain your reasoning?
There is data requested that we don't have yet that I feel it important to have before making a decision on these stop signs. And I would like to wait until engineering can get us that data at probably like an appropriate time of the year. I know things can be hard right now because it's the summer months. So would like to just wait for that.
Okay. Are there any questions on the motion? Councilmember Ruff.
So I'd kind of like to see a discussion between Councilmember Rosenbarger and the engineering representative to talk. I don't understand exactly what's not available. This has been being studied and considered, as I understand, for a while by engineering. I'm not sure how to handle that at this point because the motion's on the table, but I'd like to have some discussion of what's missing and when it could be provided and what it is. I guess what and when.
Councilmember Rosenbarger, can you provide more details?
Yep. We have data on some things like crashes before and after the project. Mr. Seaborn and I have talked about this via email. But looking for data that we had last time, we considered this ordinance, which included speeds at different points in the corridor, ridership numbers, so traffic counts in all forms, whether it's vulnerable users or vehicle, want to look at the data in greater detail that we don't have access to right now. So looking at trends across time, not just pre and post project, because a lot of times fender benders go up when we change a traffic pattern, and that is considered in the data when we're looking at pre-post crashes. So just like want to divide things out a little more to look at more detailed crash information per quarter. So that would also be if the crashes were car on car, or car with bike, or bike with ped, or bike, all the different aspects of crashes, because I do think it's very different when we are looking to be basically a Vision Zero city. We're looking to have zero crashes that involve fatalities or serious injury, but mostly what we have right now are crashes as a whole in these quarters. And so to me, it is very important if we're looking at crashes for fender benders, or again, death and serious injury. So I would like to see that in greater detail, and I don't think we have that right now. So I think it is really important to get it. I could go on, but I'll stop for right now.
Councilmember Ruff, does that answer your question?
Well, I'm curious as to whether we have that data. It just hasn't really been assembled and made public, or made available to council members who are interested, or...
Mr. Lucas, in debating this motion, would it be appropriate to ask Mr. Seaboard to respond?
Yes, I do want to clarify the effect of this motion would be to essentially defeat this ordinance during this session. So if the intent of the sponsor or the maker of the motion is to delay indefinitely, that's one effect, but a motion to postpone indefinitely under local code, the main question in this case, the ordinance would be declared defeated and removed from before the council. So I just wanted to clarify the effect of this motion. The motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable. The merits of the matter to be postponed indefinitely can be debated. So yes, it's perfectly fine to ask questions of Mr. Seaboard.
Well, let me first ask the council member who made the motion and the council member who seconded the motion. Was that the intention, was to kill the ordinance, or would you like to revise your motion? Councilmember Rosenbarger?
No, that's not the intention. It's just to postpone. I mean, we can't set a date because we don't know when data will be available. So it could come back, right? And I know there are other things going on. So just didn't set a date for that.
So is the correct terminology, Mr. Lucas, to delay indefinitely rather than postpone indefinitely, or to table, or?
I would suggest a motion to table. That's what we've used in the past when the council would like to postpone something without a definite date to take it back up.
Point of order, if there's a motion to table, it's not debatable, correct?
Councilmember Flaherty?
I think I would favor a motion to postpone indefinitely. I think beyond the data concerns, which I share, and think we need, yes, disaggregated data on a monthly basis that allows us to view trends, view who's impacted, things that we don't have at this time. I actually have related process, like I'd like to see this come back in a different form after a different process. And so I actually do favor postponing indefinitely and moving past this ordinance. This is the second time it's been through 2 of our resident advisory commissions and been rejected by both. I think there's a component of this, the Dunn Street stop sign, that probably no one disputes. It's under a 180-day order with, I think, 5 months left now. We could probably codify that at any time without dispute. I think we're balancing objectives and goals along the corridor that has led to the rejection by 2 commissions of the past 2 proposals. And I think that's evidence of a process that has not served us in considering how to balance those goals and co-create solutions. And so, that's actually what I would favor. And it's not just a data piece for me. It's also about how we approach these questions and work together as a council and administration, as well as with our advisory commissions across departments to work on towards consensus or something closer to it. Thank you.
So, Mr. Lucas, could you let us know whether, if we vote to postpone indefinitely, can this topic come up under a new legislative number later this year?
Yes, that's what I would suggest handling, how I would suggest handling this matter. This ordinance would essentially be declared defeated. It doesn't preclude a new ordinance from coming forward substantially the same at a later date.
Okay, and there's no, like, we have to wait 6 months or something like that?
No, although I will say a new ordinance, you'd need to do another first reading, a second reading.
So, Councilmember Rosenbarger, do you want to let your motion stand the way it was made?
I will, yeah.
Okay. Other discussion, Councilmember Ruff, did you want to ask Mr. Seabour about this motion?
Yes, I
something
would
related?
like Mr. Seabour to sort of talk about the deficiencies of data that Councilmember Rosenbarger and Councilmember Flaherty feel that there are. And I'd also, if possible, to talk about it in terms of what we're doing procedurally here with a tabling versus a indefinite postponement. If that doesn't really fit into what you would say, that's I understand. But maybe Mr. Lucas can talk more about that in a minute. But yes, I would like to ask Mr. Seabour to talk about the data.
Okay, Mr. Seabour?
Andrew Seabour, City Engineer. I have had some email correspondence with Councilmember Rosenbarger and Councilmember Flaherty. They have asked some questions for additional information. Some information I think I am able to present on if this is to move forward, but there is certainly some information they're asking for that we don't have. Some information I think that's been requested and we haven't had a chance to really fully dialogue on it is additional traffic counts as an example. We have some before counts, some after counts, and we don't have more after counts. I guess just to compare since we last had this conversation 6 months ago. Some counts that I think have been requested are like pedestrian counts and right now I guess, the summertime's not a good time to collect counts. And some of the before counts that we've been comparing to are winter time counts. And if we're looking at pedestrian counts, that can have some seasonality. So if we're really looking for some of those pieces of information, it could take some time if that's critical. But I think some of the other information I think I have and am able to present on, but maybe in different formats. So again, if I'm missing the mark on any of these, I'm happy to better explain or follow up. But I think there is some count information that's been asked for that we don't, updated count information that we don't have.
Okay, I see Councilmember Rallo has his hand raised.
Yeah, my question is for Andrew Seabour. Are you satisfied with the data that you have in order to make the recommendation?
Yeah, I am comfortable with a recommendation in the proposed ordinance and at least presenting it and sharing it for council's deliberation. Yes.
And what is the consequence to you for postponement? Do you have some sort of timed order that, do you have the liberty in order to, does anything need to happen in the near term? That's my question.
I think we have a 180-day order in place at the intersection of 7th and Dunn Street. I think the spirit of those is that they should not ever have to last longer than 180 days. This is already beyond a year, and it can be extended. So I don't personally have concerns with just continuing to extend that if that's what we need to do. I guess one of the potential risks of just further delaying it is, just without getting into more details, that just as time goes on, some of the data that we have is crashes, and just the more time that goes on, there will be likely more crashes and more data points of that sort.
So do you think it's a hazard to postpone?
I don't know if I would use the word hazard, but I am comfortable with presenting the ordinance and following up with questions and going into detail if that's desired.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, are we in danger of crashes happening if we don't act?
There's always a chance of a crash anywhere, anytime. So that's as general or as specific as I could get to that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg?
I just have a quick follow-up to Mr. Seabour about data and traffic counts. I don't remember last year when I was looking at this seeing traffic counts for any of the cross streets. I just remember seeing traffic counts for 7th Street. So do those exist right now that are relatively current for the cross streets in question?
Yeah, we have some cross-street traffic count information, not all cross streets, and I don't have on hand all of the details of that count data. I think one thing I just also want to note is we typically just don't always collect some of these counts on that frequent of a basis because it doesn't tend to significantly change year over year or half year by half year. So there's some nuance to that as well.
Okay, I'll just go on the record saying I would be really interested in that data in respect to these stop signs on those cross streets, especially because I know, I'll say anecdotally, there's people that avoid crossing 7th Street now that then maybe go to other places. So I think that does make those counts relevant in this case to figure out how much traffic that indicates. So I guess that would be a piece of potential information that I would be interested in that it sounds like you don't have this evening. Thank you.
Okay, other questions on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Yes, Councilmember Osari.
My only, I don't know if my only, but I think one concern about the motion as presented is whether there are people who have come specifically to give comment on our deliberation here. So, I think I would think it quite disrespectful for us to tell them we're going to talk about something, then they all come here and not have dinner and spend time with their families or whatever wonderful things I wish I was doing. I'm joking, but that they could have been doing, and then to not even give them that opportunity. And so I just think that, one, if we can still have space for public comment, I'd be very happy with that. But the second is, I think whatever it is that we're doing, I think Councilmember Flaherty mentioned the desire to change the process that led to this coming before us in the first place. If we could have some certainty on sort of what direction that might go in, that would also help shape some further comments and input that I would have at this point. But main consideration right now is availability of public comment.
Councilmember Zulik?
I'll just say I would be in favor of, if we were to pass the motion to table, to postpone. Okay, thank you. To suspend the rules and offer time for public comment. I guess my question is for Mr. Seabour. Where did the 180-day, number come from? And I guess, I would just like to know more about that process.
The 180-day order is something that is, I think, prescribed in Title 15 of City Code that enables the city engineer to temporarily enact things that otherwise would require city council action. I think historically that was a 90-day time frame, and we extended it to 180 days just to enable in the spirit, within 180 days, we should have a chance for city council to weigh in on it.
All right. Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, this is again for Mr. Seabour. So this has been talked about for a while now, several months, it feel like, that this would be coming. So we were looking at the stop signs again. How come none of this data was teased out? How come it's all of a sudden happening right now?
I don't know. I think from my perspective, the reports that we've presented on this are more robust than they typically are for Title 15 changes. So I'm a little bit surprised, and I'm also happy to provide the presentation that I think will answer many of the questions I'm hearing, but I don't know for sure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo, do you have another question? Your hand is, or is your hand just still up from before?
I have another question.
Yes, please
May
go
I ask?
ahead.
Okay. Actually, I have two. So do you have can you issue an order to place those stop signs there now?
I Title 15 doesn't empower my position to issue a 180-day order for any intersection to do that.
So you could put them in now and sort of test it.
I could. I do want to caution just the idea of testing things. Just my experiences. Whenever we make changes, that's the point that I'm most concerned. So if we are implementing something, I have the hope that it would be something that would stay and not be adjusted multiple times.
I'm only asking because I guess we're lacking data. So my other question is, if you take pedestrian counts, I think Councilmember Stossberg alluded to this. Could you be undercounting pedestrians since they may be hesitant to cross at those intersections?
Potentially. I think we just would count what we count and share that data. The pedestrian count data that we have, just for reference, is collected in the January and February timeframe, and weather is a key factor as well. So that is an element of how many people may be on that corridor in that mode.
Did you have previous data about pedestrian crossing at those intersections?
We do have some limited data, and that's why I would want to focus it in on that same time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Councilmember Stossberg?
Since Councilmember Rallo just invoked my name, I just want to make it clear that I was thinking about traffic counts on those cross streets, and anecdotally, I have heard people say that in vehicles, they have tried to avoid crossing 7th Street at those intersections that are not signed on 7th Street and instead have used Walnut or Indiana or Dunn. That I wasn't referencing pedestrians in that context, that's just a separate concern. Thank you.
My presentation does show some data that suggests that we did see a decrease in that traffic on those corridors.
All right, how would we like to proceed? If we do public comment now, it would be on the topic of the motion that we have on the table, which is to postpone indefinitely. So do colleagues have suggestions? Councilmember Stossberg?
Well, Councilmember Zulik mentioned suspending the rules to allow public comment on this topic. Is that something that we can do, is to vote on the postponement, and then if the postponement passes, to suspend the rules and allow public comment on the ordinance that no longer exists? Or on the 7th line
I would
in
suggest
general?
if you'd like to hear public comment on the ordinance or on the motion to postpone indefinitely, or either, simply invite the public to do so. I don't think there's anything that precludes you from inviting public comment at this point, and either on the motion to postpone or on the ordinance itself.
Before we vote on the motion.
Yes. Debate into this motion can go into the merits of the ordinance, so if you'd like to hear from the public on the matter, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, well, If there's no objection from colleagues, I would like to move to public comment on either the motion to postpone indefinitely or the substance of the ordinance about the stop signs along the 7 line. So is there any member of the public who would like to comment? If you're here in chambers, you can approach the podium. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Mr. Lucas, could you make the announcement for anybody on Zoom?
I do see 2 hands already on Zoom, and if there are others that would like to speak, please let us know by indicating, raising your hand in Zoom or sending a chat to the meeting host. I see 3 hands now.
Okay, we'll start here in council chambers. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Paulie Terracone. I'm on the Bike and Pedestrian Safety Commission. So I feel like I share in the concerns about the lack of clear data, especially regarding pedestrian usage, especially crossing a lot of these streets, because I remember when we discussed this motion in its last iteration, there was a lot of indications that there was actually an increase in pedestrians crossing 7th Street at each of the blocks that are relevant to these stop signs. So I struggle to identify with the concerns that it's becoming a more hostile environment for pedestrians. I feel like I even anecdotally see cars and bikes stopping for pedestrians. Some of them, plenty I'm sure do not. But the data I think we've worked with, at least again, as of the last time this was reviewed, points to higher rates of pedestrian usage. I do think it's the implementation of these stop signs would create many more conflicts between cars and bikes, because most times it doesn't make, as I've said this before, and I'll probably end up saying it again, it usually doesn't make sense for bikes to come to a complete stop at stop signs. It also doesn't really make sense for cars to come to a complete stop at stop signs, and that's why most don't, whether you're a car, whether you're a bike, whether you're a pedestrian, anybody. Because you look at it, and it's mostly people yielding. That's what stop signs are basically telling people to do. They're yielding. And the actual energy that goes into starting out of a full stop for a bike is much less than it is for a person in a car. And I think it's just going to be a lot more likely you're going to see a lot more bikes disregarding the stop sign altogether, and cars seeing that and sharpening the divide between bikes and cars that is already rampant throughout the community. I personally have been threatened and harassed and intimidated by people in cars while on my bike, while just doing as I do, trying my best to be visible and predictable and just doing my thing to get from point A to point B. And that kind of feeling that comes from a driver intimidating you with their vehicle that is, several times larger and heavier than you is not a great feeling, and it does not help make one feel safe engaging in sustainable modes of travel around Bloomington. Lastly, I do think that the problems that we've seen of 7 Line, it's worth reiterating that it is a problem of bad drivers. It is not a problem of bicyclists, and that's what the data is showing, that it is crashes between drivers not checking for cars before crossing 7th Street. So this is a problem about bad drivers, where it's too easy for bad drivers to get a license and it's too hard for them to lose it, and we're making it everybody else's problem. And so I would support the motion to postpone this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Zoom. Mr. Lucas, who do we have on Zoom?
First is Chris Sturbaum.
Okay, go ahead, state your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Chris Sturbaum, thank you. I was at the Bike and Ped Committee. The vote was 2-2, and then the chairperson passed. So there was definitely a discussion and a thought that there's some valid validity to this. The city engineer, your city engineer, has said there is some danger with this 7 line. The data shows increased accident rates, and that is the best predictor of what's going to come in the future. Postponing this, delaying this, puts a kind of responsibility on the council for what happens next. When your engineer, it was so much easier for the engineer to not come forward with something he knew would be controversial, but he thought this was dangerous. There also are records of increased speed by automobiles. You know, without the stop signs, you've actually increased automobile speed. So pedestrian crossing, limited people with limited mobility crossing, they're in greater danger. That's just happens to be the way that works. And, you know, we have new students in town each year who may not recognize the dangers of this 7-line. And that's, again, responsibility to you. That's why it comes back to you. There was a cyclist at that meeting who said, I always slow down when I approach a dangerous intersection or one that is potentially dangerous. And what is the big deal about slowing down? What is the big deal about stopping? I've ridden bikes. I know how to stop and start. And so do most of us. You know what else is interesting? I'm going to the New Urban Conference, and the 4-way stop is becoming popular with progressive planners. Tampa has added 100 4-way stops since 2021, and they did it to fulfill their Vision Zero mission of reducing fatalities in Tampa. Not only that, but Jeff Speck, who has written, an urbanist who has written 3 books on walkable cities, wrote a walkable city rule number 76, replace signals with all-way stops. And he says that the interaction at those stops where people make eye contact, traffic slows. There's no doubt that these 4-way stops slow traffic. And when you have eye contact between cyclists, cars, it's no longer a grievance of car versus automobiles and car versus bicycles or cars versus bikes versus pedestrians. It's how do we all cooperate at this stop? And I've always thought a 4-way stop was a sign that civilization can work. We stop, we look who's going, the guy on the right goes, that's the rule. You look for pedestrians, you make eye contact. I encourage you to not stop this. Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you. I had some summary sentence. Thank you very much.
Thank
It's your
you.
responsibility.
Next person on Zoom.
Is Chuck Livingston.
Thank you. I prepared some slides that I did send to Stephen Lucas, but the change in the plans for the conversation means that I will only use those briefly. 1987, you all know the intersection of Washington and 3rd Street. In 1987, there was not an overhead light. The only stoplight was by the side. My wife and I drove through that intersection, were hit by another driver who just didn't see the light. When I was aware, I found my wife covered in blood, concussion, broken pelvis. We were one of the statistics that got the intersection rebuilt. I was one of the first officers of the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association in the 90s. Again and again, we tried to get a stop sign put in somewhere on Henderson across from the park. Turned down repeatedly. Eventually, a boy was hit while crossing Henderson to go to Bryant Park. It was Isabel Piedmont Smith, who soon became a council member and helped get it done. That boy was the kind of statistic that got the stop sign at Henderson and Allen put in. Mr. Lucas, if you have my slides, could you put them up now?
Yes, we can see them.
Okay, the first I'll skip. It's just a bunch of marks where friends and colleagues have been hit by cars near campus. The second one is a letter the top of a letter that I wrote to Mayor Allison in 1992, one of many people in the community who were working to get some stops put along 3rd Street, which had no stoplights from what was then Jordan to Indiana. Unsuccessful. If you go to the 3rd slide, that's a picture of Max Zorn, my colleague, and Maria Wonenberger. 9 months after I wrote this letter, Max, who was in 86, but still a brilliant mathematician, was hit by a car crossing near Hawthorne. Councilmember Dave Rollo was there. He never walked again. He recovered to the point of being able to come to the math department in a wheelchair, but he soon died of heart failure. He was the kind of statistic that led to the stoplights at Woodlawn and at Hawthorne now. That you can wait for statistics and we'll just see who is the statistic going to be that convinces you we need stop signs on 7th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments on Zoom or in council chambers?
Yes, next up is Wendy.
Okay. Wendy can go ahead, and then we have one person here in chambers.
Hi, my name is Wendy Brisht, and I was at the Bike and Ped Commission, and I heard the the presentation, and it was very compelling. I wasn't sure about it, but when I saw the the numbers that are there, and they do seem, I agree, they do seem quite robust. I kind of wondered why, when so much in our city government now is pushing safety on our streets, why this project, which seems like, to me, it seems like a no-brainer, why this is being pushed off when we do have numbers, we do have data. I also remember meetings where people spoke about pedestrians coming either from the city, from the courthouse, or to the market and back, were having difficulty crossing 7th Street and didn't feel safe. I think I wonder why this project seems to be getting a kind of a green light, without even really hearing the presentation, without being aware of the number of accidents. And I also wonder what specific additional data, and would be wanted. What's the timeline for getting it? Is it possible? I mean, I think if there is a plan going forward and there is some kind of safety in place in the meantime, that would make sense. But just to push it off without a plan seems a little careless to me. Anyway, I am in favor of the stop signs after coming to quite a few meetings and thinking about it and talking to people and walking the roads. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. And back to the chambers. I think we have one more person. Please make sure to sign in. And
hello, I'm Paul Rousseau. Thank you for letting me speak. I was pleasantly surprised to hear about this proposal. I am a lifelong bicyclist, and I bicycle down 7th Street, especially during when classes are in session. I'm probably bicycling down there about 5 or 6 times a week. So I've been here before the bike lanes were put in for many years. So I've seen before and after. At baseline, the fundamental problem is that there's an epidemic of speeding in Bloomington. That probably gets to enforcement, and that's another topic, as it were. I've heard there's a shortage of police officers, and that needs to be rectified. But I've also seen plenty of speeding on 7th Street, so I think the engineer's report was very good. There are plenty of cars going over 25 miles an hour. And the other issue that I observe many, many times is that this is especially true for drivers that are perhaps parents of students who are coming from out of town, and they get very confused by 2 rows of traffic. If they're on a side street, they've got the bicycle lane and then also the regular lane, and it seems like they get overwhelmed with so much to deal with, and a stop sign would help that a lot. They wouldn't have to be trying to run the gauntlet across two rows, the bicycling and the cars. For example, if they're northbound. If they're northbound on Lincoln, I suppose it would be. And in contrast, I've noticed that the one intersection where the four-way stop was put in always seems to be very calm, and I've never seen any close calls or anything like that on that intersection. So just anecdotally, I can tell you this is a really good idea. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right. All right, we'll come back to council members for comments, final discussion of the motion on the table, which is to postpone indefinitely. Councilmember Flaherty.
I want to speak to process concerns again. Part of the process concern here is a more holistic issue. The cross distance for a pedestrian crossing 7th Street is 20 feet. It's because there's a pedestrian refuge with the island that got built. It is easier to cross that as a two-way stop than almost any other two-way stop in town. 20 feet. 8th Street and Walnut is a two-way stop. That's 48 feet to cross. 4th and Rogers, 33 feet. 15th and College, 58 feet to cross as a pedestrian. We're not talking about any of those places tonight. There are also many two-way stop intersections in this city that have higher crash rates than what's reported in the data in our packet. Those aren't on the table either. We are not taking an appropriate or holistic approach. It's inconsistent and targeting based on a complaint-driven process that drives inequity in how we deliver city services. That's part of the problem here. There was a commenter who mentioned the dangers of the 7 line. What he meant to say was the dangers of drivers not obeying traffic laws on 7th Street. That's the issue. We heard about the epidemic of speeding. That's correct. The way to correct speeding is to do speed treatments, not stop signs. Those weren't considered in this context. There was no conversation in a public process of any kind of the alternatives to address concerns while maintaining a transit and bicycle priority network, which is part of what the vision of this was. So it's not even that I have particularly strong feelings about the stop signs. It's the process failures, the hypocrisy, the inconsistency, and the poor data and the poor ways the data is being used. So again, I think Dunn Street, logical. Let's codify it in June. Great, that's fine. But we have to have a wholly different process and a wholly different conversation about how we're going to achieve the resolution 2407 we all passed earlier this year to achieve zero deaths and serious injuries on our streets. We shouldn't be laser focused on each intersection that maybe if you stretch the data and look at it through the right lens over a 3-year period, it might project to a possible crash rate that the MUTCD in the future could say justifies a stop sign. No, we look at where people died on South Walnut Pike or North Walnut or any other intersection where folks have died in our streets where we could fix that through infrastructure. So we really need to take a different approach here. And I think the focus on a single set of intersections, again, in a sort of failed process way, just misses the mark. We need to codify the intersection that we all agree about and get back to the drawing board on how we reduce deaths and serious injuries in our streets and how we work on the 7th Street corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollo?
Thank you. Well, I disagree. I regard it as, yes, there is an equity problem, and that is that we've discounted pedestrians in favor of cars and bicycles. I bicycle, but I don't have a problem with coming to a stop for a pedestrian. And this stretch without stop signs between Dunn and Walnut is about 1,500 feet. So there is a lack of safe pedestrian crossing in this area, and that's why I think that stop signs are needed. Since they've been taken out, cars have increased speed to make it more dangerous for pedestrians. As Mr. Livingston said, I witnessed Professor Zorn being hit on 3rd Street, about 30 years ago, and he couldn't make it across the street, and he probably couldn't have made it across a 22-foot street because he has had mobility problems. And so that's my concern here, are for equity concerns of people who aren't being considered in terms of safe crossing. If the engineer would like to bring this back, this got a favorable recommendation from the previous council. It was vetoed by the mayor, but I would like to see pedestrian crossings reinstated and stop signs here for a safer area for pedestrians. Thank you.
Other council member comments? Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. First, I want to say I kind of largely agree with what Councilmember Flaherty said about process concerns and about the idea of targeting this particular section, which does seem like it's happened over and over. Second, I want to just take a note about data, because there were a couple commenters that mentioned how robust they thought this data was. And as a former math teacher, I took one look at this data and went, oh, this is the kind of data I used to warn my students about, to make sure that you look at the fine print, because there's some amount of manipulation in that data to make it appear a certain way. So I'm not going to go into that right now, because that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing a motion to postpone, but combine that with Councilmember Flaherty's comments about the idea of process and about how this was come about. I think it's pretty obvious, even if, certainly if you were involved in any way in these meetings last fall when they happened, but also what you've heard so far tonight, that there's significant disagreement amongst council members about how we should move forward with this as a whole corridor. And I think that that makes it a perfect opportunity to have what has been discussed earlier about that idea of some kind of discussion, council, community consensus building activities, so that we don't come to this dais in oppositional ways, okay? Secondly, speaking of that, one of the concerns that I have about this right now has to do with the Morton stop sign, because that's one that last year I was kind of like, yeah, I'd be okay with Morton, and the more I drive that now, I'm like, oh, if we put a stop sign at Morton and 7th, then we also have a stop sign at 7th and the B line, which means that we have 2 stop signs within half a block of each other. And I think that that's really problematic. And so it's not that right now I'm opposed to a stop sign at Morton, but I'm opposed to a stop sign at both of those places. And when we had a stop sign at Morton before, we did not have a stop sign at the B line. And so that seems to me this perfect area of discussion, looking at the whole corridor and going, what is the best way to sign this, thinking about safety and also thinking about users, all users. While we're talking about users and pedestrians, and that idea that Councilmember Rallo brought up with our mobility challenged residents, I'm kind of questioning, has the Council on Community Accessibility been consulted about this at all? Because that seems like the perfect group to bring in and say, hey, how does crossing 7th Street feel to you? And the question is, has that been done? Because once again, that's another interested party in this. And I think that that is certainly a group that I would be interested in hearing from, in light of the defense of putting in stop signs to specifically address folks that might have mobility challenges. It's like, well, let's make sure that the people with mobility challenges are actually at this table to talk about whether or not they feel like this is a challenge. So for all of those reasons, I do think that postponing indefinitely at this point is the right decision, potentially so that we can, move forward on that Dunn Street one, which I don't think that there's any complaint about, and then move through a process of discussion so that next time something like this comes up, there's greater agreement entering the dais, as opposed to setting up this kind of, I'll say anything like the conversation that happened last October, which is interesting that the minutes that we approved this evening, in case you're wondering, is actually that meeting. So I think those are all my comments. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Thank you. I'm hoping that we do postpone this. Just a couple remarks after people have spoken. At our October meeting, we talked a lot about the speeds on the street, and it isn't really the primary focus of the legislation this time. And one thing the MUTCD says is that stop signs are not the best way to slow traffic. And I think also it's not necessarily that we need to talk specifically about slowing traffic, but like how do we safely help drivers get from one place to another? And it's just like a more, I would say, holistic and robust question instead of like how do we get people to stop at this intersection? If someone is crossing an intersection and they know there isn't a stop sign, a pedestrian, they're anticipating a car going through that intersection coming at them, right? If a pedestrian is anticipating a car to stop, fatalities and serious injury occur when someone fails to stop at a stop sign. So it's actually really serious to think about adding stop signs on a street where we're trying to increase bike and ped numbers on this corridor. So it's just like, it's just a very serious question, I think. And in the October meeting, we talked about working together to find solutions that help cars move safely through this space and didn't necessarily slow or discourage bike and pedestrian folks from being here, because what we were missing east-west and why we made the 7 line was to create a corridor for them to get from the B line to campus and across town. And so the major point of this 7 line was bike ped. The data is sort of unclear, and this is why we're gonna hopefully postpone this, but I think there has potentially been one crash with a pedestrian, and that was, I think, at Walnut Street. There has been a crash with a bicycle that was at a drive cut. It wasn't at an intersection. So we're talking about these intersections, like there are so many bike ped crashes, but there have been very, very few bike ped crashes in this corridor. So some things are good, and I think the good things that we have going here, we need to try to keep them, and we need to try to change the things that could be improved, which is driver speeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council member comments? Councilmember Ruff.
First of all, I want to say, I, as a cyclist, for 53 years in this town, I've probably ridden 7th Street 10,000 times. I tried to run a calculation of how many times since I was 9 years old I might have ridden that street. Served on council 20 years, coming back and forth, sometimes multiple times a day. I will say I hate stop signs. I hate them as a cyclist. They're a huge momentum killer, a huge pain in the butt, which is mainly why, and there's physics behind this, right? There's physics behind why it's worse for us, harder for a cyclist than a pedestrian to lose that momentum and restart again, and hence cyclists tend to roll through stop signs a lot of times. And that's why several states have passed laws, what I think they call them Oregon stops, Idaho stops, where stop signs for bicyclists are yield signs, stoplights for bicyclists are four-way stops. You stop, you can look, and you can go through. I actually looked into trying to get something like that started 25 years ago or 30 years ago here in Indiana, but it's got to be, it's a statewide, it has to be a statewide thing. A community can't do that. But that being said, my disdain for stop signs as a cyclist, cyclists and pedestrians too aren't the only users. I feel like this needs to be looked at more comprehensively. The Bike and Ped Commission advocates specifically their charge is bike and ped issues. That's not a comprehensive overall balancing or weight or consideration of all stakeholders and all users that, that need to use a corridor. And just as a cyclist, I was coming to a council meeting last week and going north from 7th Street. If you ever want to go north from those lanes, it's far more dangerous now than it was ever for me before, because I would ride on the right side of the road, headed west, on the right lane, and if I wanted to go north, wherever I wanted to go north, I just turned north. Now I'm crossing, I'm having to cross all that's been done to go north. And so my choice has always been to ride in the right. I don't ride in the bike lanes, especially if I'm going north. If I'm going to be going north, I will ride still on 7th Street. And last week on the way down here, a guy pulls up behind me, honks, starts yelling at me because I have bike lanes I should be in now. And I shouldn't be on the road. And I don't really necessarily blame him. It's very narrow now. For him to go around me as a cyclist on the lane, heading west on the right lane, it's tough. It's a problem for them. Now they have to go way out and consume the whole 60, 70% of the roadway now to get around me. And if there's anybody coming, that's a problem. You know, this data we're talking about, to me, will never capture all of the changes that result in people's behaviors. Drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, as a result of a project like this. Data's not going to capture all the places where people are doing things differently. They're now walking or riding or driving in a different pattern on a different street, making different turns. You aren't going to capture it. So to me, listening to anecdotal experience is valid and critical in a situation like this. You know, I have a lot of anecdotal experience of my own to go on. And I heard from a member of the public tonight who had a similar perspective as me on this. The data for me is as robust as it needs to be. It's, as Mr. Seaborg said, it's more robust than they usually produce for anything, considerations like this for stop signs. You know, distance across the street is not the most important thing to me as a pedestrian or a cyclist. It's all the signage, the curbs, the striping on the road, the multiple cuts. That, to me, is just as important in terms of creating confusion, creating safety issues, as is just the distance across a wide open street. I don't think we should postpone this. I'm going to vote against postponement. And after hearing some of the other comments of some other council members, I have to think that, at least for some, it's a hope that it'll just defeat it and it'll go away and the stop signs will stay. That's really maybe for some people a large part of the motivation to do this indefinite postponement. So I'm going to be voting resounding no, and I am an avid lifetime cyclist and lifetime resident of the community, and if you use 7th Street all the time and have for a long time, and I never felt like it was broken in the first place as a cyclist.
Any other council members care to comment? All right, I think we're ready to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Massari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
No.
Ruff.
No.
That motion passes 7-2. And I'll just say that I do think we should work on bringing back the Dunn Street stop sign expeditiously.
I move that ordinance 2024-12 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce ordinance 2024-12?
Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Massari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
and Piedmont Smith.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Will the clerk please read the legislation?
By title and synopsis, I
By
hope.
title and synopsis, of course, only. It's long enough.
Ordinance 2024-12 to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic regarding amending Section 15.12.010 to remove one-stop intersection on Constitution Avenue and Liberty Drive, Section 15.12.030 to add one signalized intersection on Constitution Way and Liberty Drive, Section 15.32.030 to replace pull-in angle parking with back-in angle parking on 6th Street between Walnut Street and 35 feet west of Washington Street, and Section 15.32.080 to remove no parking zones on the north side of Atwater Avenue between Park Avenue and Faculty Avenue, and to codify and extend the no parking zone on the south side of Grimes Lane from Morton Street to 100 feet east of Palmer Avenue. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Title 15, Vehicles and Traffic of the Bloomington Municipal Code and comes forth at the request of city staff. The ordinance makes the following changes. Replaces stop intersection with signalized intersection at Constitution Avenue and Liberty Drive. Replaces pull-in angle parking with back-in angle parking on 6th Street between Walnut and Washington Streets. Removes the no parking zone on the north side of Atwater Avenue between Park and Faculty Avenues. Clarifies and combines all three no parking zones on the north side of Grimes Lane into one line to read as one no parking zone between Morton Street and Woodlawn Avenue. Codifies and extends the no parking zone on the south side of Grimes Lane from Morton Street to 100 feet east of Palmer Avenue, and adds a loading zone to a portion of South Washington between Kirkwood Avenue and the alley between Kirkwood Avenue and 4th Street.
I move that ordinance 2024-12 be adopted.
Second.
All right, and who will be presenting? Karina Pazos, please go ahead.
Okay, Karina Pazos, Planning and Transportation. So the first proposed change involves replacing the stop sign on Constitution with a signalized intersection to accommodate trail users and improve the safety for users at the intersection. This is part of the Monroe County's Karst Farm Connector Trail project that will run along the north side of Constitution and then south along the east side of Liberty to connect with the Bloomfield Trail. So this code change involves removing the stop intersection and adding a signalized intersection in 15.12.030. Next is the proposed back-in angle parking on the one-way section of East 6th Street between Walnut and Washington, which is in response to unsafe backing crashes. Since 2002, 38% of all crashes on this block of 6th Street are identified as unsafe backing, and between 2018 and 2022, there were 8 crashes with the primary factor being unsafe backing. So some major benefits for back-in angle parking that help reduce the crash risk include improved visibility and increased field of vision when leaving the parking space, so drivers are able to see oncoming traffic, improved safety for children when car doors open in a manner that directs children to the back of the vehicle toward the sidewalk rather than the street, improved safety for bicyclists because as drivers exit their parking space, they are able to see bicyclists in the roadway, improved loading and unloading due to accessing the back of a vehicle adjacent to the sidewalk, and open car doors offer protection from the street. So allowing for loading and unloading to occur outside of the traveled roadway, and traffic calming because back-end maneuvers encourage slower vehicle operating speeds. Some other things with this one are that Public Works will also be resurfacing the street soon, making this a good time to implement the change because it would just require restriping of the angled parking spaces. Also, the proposed change keeps the same number of parking spaces, and public notice letters were sent to all property owners and tenants within 300 feet of the street with 10 days in advance of last month's parking commission meeting. We've also started the discussion with parking services to determine what educational tools would be needed to inform the public of the change. And our plan is basically to send out a press release, install message boards to inform people of the change before and during the implementation, post signs of how to reverse park or back in park, place flyers on vehicles that park on 6th Street to catch frequent visitors that park there, and send letters to property owners and tenants within the 300 feet, including all properties around the square as well as others in the downtown area. So now moving on to no parking zones. This change is to allow for new on-street parking in 2 sections of Outwater by removing 2 parts of the existing no parking zone. One is in the turn lane between Park and Woodlawn, and the second is in the turn lane between Woodlawn and Faculty. These 2 blocks are the only sections of Outwater that have 2 travel lanes plus a left turn lane. Each turn lane will be kept for the first 60 feet west of Woodlawn and west of Faculty. This proposal has been discussed with the IU, and they are supportive of this change, plus the additional on-street parking will provide parking for Inkwell and the IU buildings surrounding this area. And then this proposed change will address the limited line of sight for pedestrians and drivers when crossing or turning onto Grimes from Palmer. So by extending the no parking zone to 100 feet east of Palmer, this will improve the line of sight for pedestrians and drivers who are looking for oncoming westbound traffic on Grimes and vice versa. And then this proposed change is also meant to codify the existing no parking sign on the south side of the street between Morton and Walnut. And it's also an opportunity to replace the 3 line items for the north side of the street in the code with 1 line item that clarifies that the no parking zone on the north side of Grimes spans from Morton to Woodlawn. And then lastly, the proposed loading zone is being introduced in response to an upcoming hotel development. The development included a proposal to close existing drive cuts on both Washington and Kirkwood. The petitioner for the hotel seeks to repurpose some of the newly available space resulting from these closures to create a loading zone for patrons of the hotel. This proposal also involves the removal of a section of metered parking on Washington, but compensates by adding metered parking on Kirkwood. And planning staff supports this proposal as it permanently eliminates 2 downtown drive cuts, significantly enhancing pedestrian safety. So the anticipated fiscal impact of these proposed changes is minimal. Generally anticipated expenditures to add or remove signs, poles, etc., related to the Title 15 changes proposed are covered by the city's annual operating budget or are part of the Monroe County Highway Department funded capital project. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Pazos from council members at this point? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yeah, thank you. I had a question about the changes with Liberty and Constitution. Who's paying for the traffic signal there, and about how much does that cost? Is it part of I guess I'm curious if it's the city or if it's part of the county's, I know it's kind of like bridging city-county jurisdiction here.
I'm going to ask Andrew Seabour to answer this question.
Seabour, this project is fully funded by the Monroe County Highway Department. They do have federal funding through the MPO, and I don't have the specific dollar amount of this project, or this component of that project.
Is the city responsible for maintenance costs over time?
It will be.
What are those typically? I know signals are, traffic signals are, I'm wondering about this in the context of this versus an all-way stop. I think what's there currently is a free-flowing north-south traffic and a stop sign for the Constitution only. And so, yeah, just wondering about like fiscal impact over time, replacement costs. I don't know like what type of life cycles we're talking about here, but yeah, curious about that.
Yeah, there is some annual standard maintenance cost just to power the signal and to make sure we're operating and maintaining, eventually replacing light bulbs and things like that. That's relatively minimal, but it does add up. This equipment does have a lifespan. I think in an ideal world, we're inspecting them on a routine basis. I think sometimes we target replacing them every 20 years, but that we aren't typically keeping up with that. Many last much longer than 20 years.
And how much does a signal cost these days, give or take? Range?
Several $100,000, and it depends if it's really just the pole equipment. When we have been replacing our signals, we've been doing a more robust upgrading the curbs, intersection, and doing more than just the equipment replacement.
Okay, thank you.
While we're on that particular piece of this, I had questions, a couple questions about how the trail is going to interact with that intersection in terms of where it's going to go and whether, because so we're going to start stopping the traffic on Liberty. Wondering what the traffic counts are there in terms of, if you know them, in terms of whether that location would like warrant that kind of infrastructure without the trail crossing. And so that's kind of why I want to understand how the trail is crossing and whether like that trail crossing there is mostly for like bicycle traffic to be able to cross better, or if it's pedestrian traffic oriented more. And just kind of wondering, I guess kind of like Councilmember Flaherty was wondering about an always stop there. I'm kind of wondering about a pedestrian push button signal instead, and why, I guess, exactly a traffic signal was chosen to go there as opposed to something different.
Yeah, good questions. I'll take a stab, and if I don't fully answer them, I'll try to pull it up. This was a Monroe County led project, and they had a consultant team that did the study. They did do a traffic signal warrant and just found that based on existing vehicle traffic volumes, one of the volume warrants was met today. I think another benefit of putting in the signal is so just the project includes the multi-use path, I'll call it, will be on the east side of Liberty Drive, and will cross Liberty and use the north side of Constitution. And so it will likely be crossing, most users would cross the north leg of this intersection, so that traffic signal would also benefit the trail users in providing them a chance to cross there.
So if the trail users get a walking person, then they would still have to worry about drivers coming out of Constitution Avenue turning left into them?
Yes, and I might want to verify just by looking at the plans exactly if, I can't recall the specifics of the lanes, but yes, they would typically have the same walk indication when Constitution traffic has a green light.
Do you, in your opinion, I guess, feel like that's the best method right now in terms of thinking about those left-hand turns, which, I mean, there's a couple other places in town that I just find really, really dreadful because I have to cross those intersections and worry about getting left hooked by cars that just, especially like in a T intersection like this, that are not thinking about or paying attention and have a green light.
I guess I probably would want to look into more details on how that signal will be designed specifically and how it would operate whenever there are turns across any crosswalk, trying to do whatever we can through timing and signing to minimize those conflicts and raise awareness. Like if a pedestrian pushes the push button, maybe there's different lights or indications that pop up to help raise awareness.
Okay, so, and last year you guys passed like a pedestrian delay, I can't remember what it's called, with all of our stop signs so that before it turns green, the pedestrian is able to go first. Will that level of infrastructure be instituted with this particular stoplight?
Yeah, I think, the council passed a resolution and we were supportive of evaluating leading pedestrian intervals and other signal timing strategies for those types of benefits. And we would be looking at, probably if it was implemented today with the traffic signal, it might not have those, but we are in process of a citywide retiming project where we will be evaluating how to implement those parameters.
I just would really like to, at the very least, make sure that there's that pedestrian leading interval at that location, since there is that potential of a left-hand turn from folks coming out of Constitution Way. I question whether it will still be a comfortable crossing for them.
Yeah, I think there's multiple signal timing strategies. One is a leading pedestrian interval. There are others where if a pedestrian activates it, maybe it just precludes certain conflicting movements from happening. And those are the details that we would need to look at further through our signal timing project.
For staff, Councilmember Daley.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was really helpful and informative. But I do have some questions regarding the angled back-in parking on 6. Has there been any type of thought or discussion into how that's going to back up some traffic as people are trying to navigate that awkward parking? Because people don't know how to do that. I know you guys are going to put up that signage with instructions, but I've seen, I drive down Lincoln all the time, and right across from the Boys and Girls Club, there's that back and angled parking, and I constantly see there's a backup of traffic down Lincoln, several cars waiting while one person is trying to figure out. And I don't blame them. It's hard, right? But as one person's trying to figure that out, it's backing everybody up. And then on 6 by Walnut, that's a really rough area to be dealing with that kind of backup while people are figuring it out.
Ryan Roebling, Planning Services Manager. Yes, we've considered it. We do expect a slight delay similar to Lincoln. I will note that Lincoln has a higher average daily trips than this section of Washington by about 1,000. So we expect fewer conflicts where traffic is being slowed down. But I think Karina mentioned this in her presentation, that slowdown will actually slow traffic down, which will have a benefit as well. But it is something that could happen from drivers who struggle to back up, but it's a trade-off between that and backing into active traffic dangerously.
Right, I'm just imagining that it's going to back up the traffic on Walnut waiting
sure.
to turn.
Potentially that could happen, especially on the westernmost edge. We suspect it'll be limited, especially once people get accustomed to it. It's uncommon here. Lincoln and now Pete Ellis are the only 2 spots in the city. And then there are, that I could find, 3 other cases in Indiana. So it's new. It takes people time to get adjusted to it. But we're hopeful that this is 43 spots, so we're hopeful, or 41 spots, so we're hopeful people will adjust quickly. But yes, potentially early on we could see that, and we're hopeful that it'll fix itself, but we can adjust from there.
Okay. And then, sorry, can I just follow up related question? When we're talking about crashes, I think, the data was 6 crashes between 2018 and 8 crashes, sorry, in 6 years. That's what I got it. Thank you. How serious of the crashes are we talking? Are we talking fender benders or crashes?
So the injury rate is relatively low. I don't have that exact number, but I can get it for you. But they are crashes that are easily avoidable, so or should be easily avoidable, except for people aren't paying attention. So we're lucky at this point, but again, 8 in 6 years, 5 years isn't an insane number, but it's a frequent enough occurrence. It happens roughly 1.25 times every year. We get a back-in angled crash, or unsafe back-in crash. So on this stretch. So it's a hopefully not a waiting game, but could potentially be.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Zulik?
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Any other first round questions? I can't see Councilmember Rollo. Okay, I don't see his hand raised, so,
No.
okay. Second
Well,
round.
perhaps.
Councilmember Rollo, do you have a
quick
question?
Yeah, I think I will. So this concerns the loading zone for the hotel. And how many parking spots are being surrendered? Metered parking?
Ryan Roebling, Planning Service Manager again. There is one on Washington, but there is a new one being added on Kirkwood, so it's a even trade for a number of metered spots or space area. They're not actually marked, but
In the vicinity of the hotel?
yeah,
So
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just moving it, the one space that's being removed on Washington and converting the soon-to-be-closed drive cut into a metered parking spot.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
All right, any other questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
I wanted to talk about Liberty and Constitution a little bit more again. Like when I first looked at the intersection, it's one lane, travel in each direction on both streets. It just seemed like a very logical all-way stop, which has a much lower cost over time. And I know that the county highway department's paying for it the first time, but it sounds like 20 years later we will. And then, of course, I looked at the design, read more, and see that there's a left turn lane, and that kind of complicates things. It doesn't make sense in that context. And there was some brief discussion in a one-page letter from the county highway department or engineer about the study and some analysis, and there was a discussion of, we had these counts, but we're projecting it's actually higher, even though we didn't count that, and maybe it's anticipating some growth. I dug into the Traffic Commission packet, just like trying to find the underlying data. Like, was this a close call, or is it obvious that this needs to be a signal? And it wasn't in the Traffic Commission packet either. So I'm just curious to unpack that a little more, probably with our city engineer. Was an all-way stop a consideration at all, and foregoing the left turn lane from the design, or who drove that conversation? Was it collaborative with the county? Was it a close call, or was this just an obvious case? This really needs to be a signal.
I'll try my best to answer them. It was a Monroe County Highway Department-led project. They led the study, they led the design, they came with a proposal to the city, and ultimately we asked to make sure it went through our city processes and presented to the Traffic Commission. They've been engaging with the city to review the components of the project that are within city limits, and we've been providing as much feedback as we can into the project. As I'm talking, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, and I apologize.
We'd like to put a traffic signal here. We want this design with a left turn lane northbound, and we think it's warranted based on our study. Did they just come with that fully packaged and they said, take a look, Mr. Seaboard, please sign off, take it to your city people?
Pretty much.
Okay. It's okay if we don't know right now or whatever. I guess I'm just curious if you or others dug more deeply. I think the county context is sometimes different than the city context in terms of goals and priorities around intersections and otherwise. And they're just growing increasingly aware of the costs associated with an ever-growing fleet of signals. And so, yeah, essentially wondering if we had considered an all-way stop and whether that was a silly thing to consider in this case or whether it might be a real possibility.
I guess my honest answer is I don't know if an all-way stop was seriously considered. When it came to us, they came with a traffic signal warrant that said a traffic signal is warranted. And typically, if that is the case, an all-way stop would start having significant congestion. And so we did not seriously consider that as an alternative, and we're thinking that something here would be needed to help facilitate a safe, enhanced crossing for all users.
So not just the left turn, but like a queuing issue potentially on north-south traffic as well. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg?
To follow up on that before you walk away, I'm going to go back to the hawk signal thing in terms of a pedestrian activated button, because if what we're really wanting to make sure of is safe crossing for trail users, but then the consequence of that is that we're changing how traffic flows like all of the time for everybody else all of the time. Was there ever consideration given to a pedestrian activated signal that, because we use those in other places too, and I just wonder, because that would keep traffic flowing most of the time, wouldn't change how Constitution Ave interacts with Liberty. I don't know if you have any data or if Mr. Roebling has any data right now from the Safe Streets for All map stuff, if anybody has highlighted that area as being problematic in general for vehicles turning out of Constitution Way onto Liberty. I feel like the solution of a traffic signal there is not necessarily making the crossing best for the actual trail users, and then might be having detrimental impact on all of the other users of that area if it's not indicated in other ways besides just for trail users.
Sure. I think a couple thoughts, and again, if I'm missing, please follow up. Generally, like the cost of a pedestrian hybrid beacon and a traffic signal are relatively very, very, very similar in a situation like that. So cost difference isn't is much different. I think knowing that traffic volumes at this intersection warrant a signal, the pedestrian hybrid beacon would of course benefit the pedestrian crossings and have less impact to traffic on Liberty, but it would not benefit the traffic that apparently justifies an enhanced intersection for traffic on Constitution, which is has a decent amount of traffic, more industrial, larger vehicles as well, that's what I have off the top of my head. I'm sorry, if I missed anything, please.
Well, does Mr. Roebling, I saw him kind of do a scurry. Is there anything on your feedback map right now about that area from users?
I'm not seeing anything, no.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. First of all, is it Constitution Way or Constitution Avenue? Because I've seen both.
It's Constitution Avenue. Yeah, I asked Mike Stewart, the city address coordinator, and he confirmed that it was Avenue. So I think it was just an error on Google Maps, maybe.
Okay, and it says Avenue in the ordinance. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I had a question about the no parking zones on Grimes Lane. It looked like previously maybe there was some parking allowed on the north side of Grimes near Henderson. Is that right? Is there any parking being eliminated on the north side of Grimes?
No, there's no. I think all of the north side on Grimes from Morton to Woodlawn has been a no parking zone. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Okay, so the table that, the rows that we are deleting, one of them is Grimes Lane from Woodlawn Avenue to 100 feet east of Henderson Street on the south side any time of day. So 100 feet east of Henderson, that makes me think that between 100 feet east and Henderson, there may be some parking.
Oh, yeah. That's on the south side, so that's not being deleted. Does it say
Okay,
something
I
else on
see,
it?
because the replacement line for the south side just goes to 100 feet east of Palmer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for staff? Did somebody just say they had a question? Oh, I heard a voice. Councilmember Strasburg?
Hi. While we're talking about the Grimes thing, it feels the way that was phrased, like it was kind of targeted maybe to a specific user that regularly parks in that area, making crossing challenging for another specific user. Is that like the way that it was intended to sound, or are there multiple cars that end up parking in that location? That's, you know what I mean?
I'm not too sure about that. Maybe, yeah, Andrew's more familiar with this one.
The main component of that is adding a no parking zone for some short distance east of Palmer on Grimes. And the intent there is sometimes vehicle or vehicles park there, and if or when they do, it does create a line of sight issue for people pedestrians or traffic on Palmer turning onto or crossing Grimes.
So it's not the same vehicle that's parking there all the time? Or are you
It
not
may
sure?
or may not be, and anybody technically could currently park there.
Okay.
And I guess I can just fill in. So these are, there were a few constituents of mine who live on Palmer who want to cross Grimes at that location and were feeling unsafe doing so. So because of the site distances, so that's why engineering checked it out. Any other questions? If not, we will go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on ordinance 2024-12? Mr. Lucas, if you could make the announcement for people on Zoom, please.
Yes, if anyone would like to speak to this item, please let us know by raising your hand in Zoom or sending a chat to the meeting host. I do see one taker so far.
Okay, I don't see anybody in council chambers, so let's go ahead with the person on Zoom, please.
Yes, we have Yvonne.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Hensley. I actually live off of Curry Pike, right where Constitution goes into Liberty. I wanted to talk about this because that Liberty and Constitution actually is a very, very, very busy intersection. It is hard to actually turn out of almost any day because you can't, when you're going from like that side from Kroger to going to Walmart, and you're trying to turn from Constitution, it's like a hill. So you can't really see the cars coming down, and you almost get hit every time. So I'm thinking that's why the county is looking for a stoplight there instead of like a stop. Because if a stop is put there, it would just make a congestion of cars just getting backed and backed up because you have Menards, Goodwill, and tons of different stores that is on the west side. And west side always gets like the afterthought of money. We're the afterthought. I mean, even our schools on the side are our afterthought. So, I mean, if we're gonna put a trail over here, something is going to have to be in place, not a three-way stop. It's not going to work because even if we put that stop there, what about from Constitution to Curry Pike? I mean, we have buses that are trying from Curry. I mean, we have the police officers actually having to go behind our bus stops because people drive past our bus stops now. It's just not going to work. So yes, things have to be addressed with our traffic on this side of town. My house actually is the first house on Curry before it turns into a one lane. And I watch cars race each other, literally race each other to become the first car before it turns into the one lane. And I hear honking every day, even at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So yes. I say really look into it, really think about it, maybe even a roundabout. I don't know. But I don't think a stop sign situation is going to work. Sorry, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom, Mr. Lucas? Okay, and seeing nobody in council chambers, we'll come back to council members for final comments on ordinance 2024-12. Are there any council member comments? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, generally support this. I'll vote for it. I'm excited about the addition of more back-end angled parking. I think it's like a positive direction we're moving in as a city. This came up in Parking Commission, and there were a few questions from parking services staff that we didn't ultimately vote on that particular component of the proposal, but it got me curious as to how it's going in the 2 other areas of the city on Pete Ellis and 7th, Lincoln, where we have back-in angled parking. And so I've been going out of my way to go to those places repeatedly over the last month or so, just to see how folks are parked. And very well is the, the short answer in my observations, limited data set, but for what it's worth, I think folks are adjusting, and I think this is a positive change for overall safety on those streets. I'm not going to dispute, I guess, the traffic light. We could try a all-way stop before it gets implemented. Like, we could pilot that and actually see if it's a real issue. I was looking at crash rates there. There have been, 10 crashes in the last 2 years or something. There are crashes happening at that corner of that intersection. That's currently, it's not a 2-way stop because it's a 3-way intersection, but kind of the equivalent stop for one direction only. I guess it feels like an all-way stop is a better facility for trail users. So they're sort of being deprioritized in this case, and also it is a higher cost to go with this option, no question about that. So some concerns there. I hope we keep those concerns in mind as we consider, similar intersections in the future and whether or not we, always need a signal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. I want to make a note about the back-in angle parking too, partly because I know that there's a message in my inbox from somebody who wants me to talk to them about back-in angle parking. So if you're watching, I'm going to respond to that email soon. But crash data, I believe, really does show that back-in angled parking is safer, and it does probably slow things down a little bit, but it is safer to pull out forward instead of backing into traffic, and that backing into traffic also would potentially slow things down with less visibility. And I actually, somebody mentioned bicycles at some point. I often end up bicycling down 6th Street, when I'm coming from downtown, just for a block or two. And that is a really, really precarious kind of place as a cyclist, because you have that back out on both sides. And I think because it is a one-way street, it actually could work really, really well with back-in angled parking there, because then there won't be the confusion for drivers who are going the opposite direction and then crossing traffic to pull in forward, which is sometimes a problem when you put back-in angle parking in different places. So I'm also excited for that turn. And I just want to thank the commenter who actually has lived experience over at Constitution Way and Liberty, because that's the kind of thing that I wish that you'd known about the Safe Streets for All map, and you could have added something to that intersection for our planning staff to understand more about the traffic over there. And I think that map is closed right now to public comment, but I would encourage you to write a message to any of us about specific planning and traffic kind of road design issues that you might experience over on the west side of town. Thank you.
Okay, I will just add that I appreciate very much the proposal for parking on Atwater for those turn lanes. I think I've for decades wondered why those turn lanes are there. Traffic already goes too fast on Atwater anyway, and then having suddenly more space just makes the cars feel like they can speed more. And that parking will be helpful for the business at the corner there. So that's great to see. And thank you also to staff for that no parking for the visibility from Palmer to Grimes. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Piedmont-Smith, I did have one comment.
Oh, yes. Councilmember Ruff, go ahead.
I'd be remiss. My mom wanted me to emphasize that she's vehemently opposed to back-in angled parking.
Thank you.
You gotta listen to her.
All right. Any other comments from council members? Clerk Bolden, will you please call the roll on ordinance 2024-12?
Councilmember Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont-Smith?
Yes.
And Stossberg?
Yes.
And that ordinance is adopted by a vote of 9-0.
I'm move that ordinance 2024-07 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Yes, Councilmember Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
All right, will the clerk please read by title and synopsis only?
Ordinance 2024-07 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 138.51 acre property from planned unit development and residential medium lot to planned unit development and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan regarding South Weimer Road, Sudbury Partners LLC petitioner. The synopsis is as follows. Ordinance 2024-07 would rezone a 138.51 acre property from planned unit development and residential medium lot to a planned unit development and approve a PUD district ordinance and preliminary plan.
I move that ordinance 2024-07 be adopted.
Second.
All right. Do we have a brief presentation by Ms. Scanlon? So this is our fourth reading of the matter, so we pretty much know it, but just for the public, maybe
That's fine, yeah, I can
a
do
few
quick one.
sentences.
Sure. Just a sec. Oh, sorry, I'm not in the Zoom. Hold on. Don't I need to get in the Zoom? Just let me in. All right. Okay. All right, so we are once again looking at PUD 1823. This is for property on the southwest side of town, currently part of the Sudbury PUD proposed Summit PUD. It's 138.51 acres and has a small portion of residential medium lot on the west side that will be rezoned as well. The comprehensive plan designation is neighborhood residential, and it is in one of our focus areas and is currently undeveloped. The petitioners are proposing a new planning unit development, which includes a new district ordinance and new preliminary plan. The idea is a plan unit development with 5 neighborhoods. They would be building 2 large rights-of-way that are in the transportation plan, with a possible 4,250 dwelling units to be built on the site without having to come back to council for reassessment. And they plan to build the property out over the next 10 years. A trailhead and land for the fire station are planned on the east side near the Duke easement, where the city Parks and Recreation are working on a trail. And there are a number of environmental protections required on the site as well. It is largely residential, with some commercial uses allowed in the MN and MX designations, which are yellow and red on this map. So here is a potential. You are not approving a site plan. You are approving basically a set of rules and a guiding plan, a preliminary plan. And this one was put together by the petitioners some time ago with an idea of having that maximum 4,250 dwelling units and being able to fit that on the site. So we have gone over most of this. This is the mobility plan. The 2 large streets would be Sudbury Drive, the red street running left to right, which would connect to Weimer to the west, and then Adams would connect from the north to the south with the three circles, which are roundabouts. You can see on the eastern part of the property. Then they would also have a number of other roadways that would be built over time as the neighborhoods and areas developed out. The two large roadways I mentioned would be developed at the beginning of the project. And you can see they're offering including protected bike lanes on 3 of these roadways as well. And then an additional connection to the city plan trail in the Duke easement would go south to the trail that already exists west of Breaking a Way to the south. So we can talk more about height if you'd like. I'm just going to go straight to, there were a couple of new things for you from the last time we were here. This was a cross-section image that was put together by the petitioner with Sudbury on the left and elevations of the existing kind of hill down the hill there going to the right and potential height build out. This was before the reasonable conditions that you will talk about tonight. And then I just did like a small amendment. Basically the reasonable condition related to height takes off 2 stories. So you can see this is what they proposed, and the reasonable condition takes off 2 stories from the by right heights, and then the incentive heights still allow an additional 4 stories. Each of these buildings, so you can see the building second from the left would now be only allowed to be 8 feet tall with incentives. And I'm sorry, 8 stories tall with incentives. That would be weird. And then on the right, we would be looking at, again, a building that is 2 stories shorter without the additional 10-foot setback. So you can kind of see that shown here when quickly moving through this. And then I also have one more thing to show you that we've been asked for a couple of times. And I'm happy to talk about it more. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. So each of the neighborhoods has their own maximum height, a base district height. So that is there on the left. And it is by zoning designation. So again, we have 6 zoning designations. Those are in the leftmost column. Then with the max heights, and this is the max heights as proposed with the reasonable conditions that you've seen tonight, that I believe the petitioner has also already reviewed, and then included the max heights and stories with incentives. So with both incentives, the highest buildings we would see here would be, oh, that's not right, 10 stories, not 8, sorry. Put this together too quickly. But there are some building step backs that are still included in the RH1 and RH2, 15 feet at the 4th floor. In the MX, it is 15 feet at the 6th floor. And then the MN has 15 feet at the 7th floor, but has an additional step back in the Everest Center adjacent to, as part of the Arbor Ridge condominium buffer area. So the maximum floor plates are there as well, and just some of the additional development standards. So that was something that was discussed, and this is reflecting the reasonable conditions, again, that you will discuss tonight, and I will update this for to indicate that 10 stories instead of 8. And I can answer any questions.
Thank you. We have an amendment that's kind of a housekeeping item that I'd like to consider now.
I'd like to move Amendment 1, and the Amendment 1 that I'm moving. Mr. Lucas.
This revised amendment anticipates the adoption of some future reasonable conditions, so
You're right.
You might want to hold
My
off
bad.
until
Well,
last.
that got added.
Okay.
So I'll wait on that.
Yes. Sorry, we will do the amendment later. Are there any overall questions? First of all, does the petitioner want to add anything before we proceed? Yes, please.
Good evening. I'm Angela Parker, attorney for the developer. A few people I want to introduce that are here tonight. You've seen them before, but just in case some of them haven't. Travis Vinsel and Tyler Ridge, the co-developers for Sullivan Development and the Ridge Group. Adam Canola is here. We also have online some of our engineering team, Jared Ward and John Unishewski, and they're here. So if we have questions as we go through this, I will say we have covered a lot of ground, pun intended, since our May 1st meeting. We have had the opportunity to review the reasonable conditions that we'll discuss tonight, and I hope you've also had an opportunity to review the letter that was submitted by the CEO of Habitat that really, I think, informs some of the discussion from the last meeting about the cost of building, what the price points can be, and the population that they serve when we talk about the affordable housing piece. But I want to focus now a little bit on the reasonable conditions. There have been several presented. We've had lots it's like putting a puzzle together. We've had this one and then that one, and then we've proposed some of ours, which we've modified. So we've been through that. I want to thank the council who have participated in that process, Mr. Lucas, who has done a lot of work to try to get some order around some of the discussions as we've tried to work through reasonable conditions. And of course, again, I want to thank the Director of the Planning Department, David Hittle, and Jackie Scanlon for the work that they've done. We've reviewed them. We've reviewed Amendment 1, as I think it is planned to be amended tonight to deal with how we embed things in the actual district ordinance after approval. And the proposal. So we're prepared to discuss those with you and answer your questions. Our goal, and this was an important point that we wanted to make tonight, and our continued goal is to consider them as a whole and ensure that we've evaluated this as to the overall project. If there are other reasonable conditions that are percolating out here tonight, we would respectfully request that those be brought forward as soon as we can possibly discuss them. Our review of this becomes paramount because this is such a large project, and one reasonable condition may complicate other pieces and parts of our proposal. And so we appreciate the work that's been done to try to bring those things forward and in fact to bring them forward. But if there are more for discussion, we would love to have the opportunity to have that discussion earlier in this process than later. As mentioned before, conditions complicate the plan, and the more complicated the plan is, the more concern we have about its success. So we want to just very carefully evaluate those kind of in the aggregate. We're really appreciative of the participation of so many people, and I'm also speaking to the nearby residents in the neighborhood that we've been working with throughout this process, and all of the folks that we thanked earlier. I think it's made it a solid project and a better product. And tonight we're going to respectfully request that this body vote to approve the district ordinance and allow us to move forward to the next phase of where we need to go to make this a reality. So thank you very much.
Thank you. In the spirit of cooperation as we move forward, I would like to ask if there are any thoughts for reasonable conditions that have not come forward yet that colleagues may have. Councilmember Asari, you had a question about this?
The only one I wanted to just ask at the meeting was we talked at length about what is currently reasonable condition.
We'll talk about them each.
We are going to talk about them each? Okay, then I will save that for another time.
It's just if there are any more.
Nope,
Okay.
no
If
more.
there are-
No more.
Are there any more that we haven't brought up? And I do not see Councilmember Rallo anymore. Okay.
I'm here.
All right. So we can move forward then with the reasonable conditions, and I think we should just go in order of how they are numbered. And the first one, I believe, is number 2.
Revised.
Revised. So this was first proposed by Councilmember Daley, and then it was added to by Councilmember Stossberg and myself. So Councilmember Daley, do you want to make a motion to put that on the table?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Ruff.
Well, I had just a real quick general question related to the initial opening presentation. That I wanted to
yes.
real quick.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just okay. It had to do with the dropping of the heights, the max heights. Sorry if I didn't understand or I missed something, but if there's not a corresponding reduction in overall proposed units, how are those then spread out? The ones that aren't going up, where are we likely to see them materialize?
That's relevant to this reasonable condition, if you
It
want to
is?
hold that question.
Okay.
Because this
That's
reasonable
fine.
condition is about height.
Okay.
To bring reasonable condition number 2 revised to the floor.
Okay. Councilmember Daley, would you like to present or start the presentation of this reasonable condition?
Sure. So the proposed reasonable condition, do I just give the synopsis or? Okay. The reasonable condition 2 is sponsored by myself, council members Stossberg and Piedmont Smith also. It addresses concerns raised by nearby residents regarding the height of structures in the PUD. It reduces the maximum primary structure height in the MN and MX districts from 86 feet to 65 feet and from 75 feet to 55 feet respectively. However, Tier 2 projects that are eligible for increased primary structure height for the affordable housing and sustainable development incentives shall be eligible for additional floors, or building height and additional step back on those floors shall not be required. It also sets a maximum height of 55 feet for buildings along Sudbury Drive in Everest Center in the Arbor Ridge Transition Zone.
Thank you. Councilmember Stossberg, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I'll add something. So I had some initial concerns about height or questions about height, and Councilmember Daley proposed the first 2 pieces of this to just shrink them all. The petitioner said, well, if we're going to shrink them, can we avoid having the second step back? So the way it's written in right now, you can have 8 feet by right, and then if you want the additional 4 by incentive, you have to do some additional step back. So you could end up with a building that's like 4 stories, step back, 4 stories, step back, and then 4 more stories. With the 1 through 3 conditions on this reasonable condition, you would end up with a building that's 4 step back and then 6 potentially if all the incentives were used. So it changes the shape of the building a little bit as well as changing the height. And my primary concern after I thought about it more had more to do with the transition zone, especially in Everest Center, kind of between the Arbor Ridge neighborhood that is built relatively low and then suddenly going up. And I heard the petitioner say multiple times that, like, well, you wouldn't want to build that high in that location because of additional restrictions, and so it wasn't really a cost-effective option. But I was looking at it as going, well, it might not be cost-effective, but it's still possible. And so we worked out a specific height just for those blocks next to Sudbury Drive that would be like the first layer of builds after Arbor Ridge. So it would be like Arbor Ridge and then the public roadway. And then those buildings would have a maximum height of 55 feet. So they would go up 3, step back, and then the possibility of 2 more, and they wouldn't be able to go any higher than that. So number 4 on that reasonable condition could be set by itself alone, an entire another reasonable condition, but we thought that it would be maybe easier on all of us to talk about height all at once, but they could be discussed separately in terms of height in the whole district. I hope that makes sense.
All right. Would the petitioner like to speak to this condition?
Travis Fensel with the Summit District. We're in agreement with these conditions as presented tonight and before you.
Thank you. Are there questions from council members about this reasonable condition? No? All right, we'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this reasonable condition about heights? Okay, come on up. State your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Randy Crow, Weymouth Road resident. It was so pleasurable to see that you've changed that height initially. The vision that I kept seeing initially that they want to propose is, oh, look, it's, if I may, it's a virus that's about to produce a wart. It feels like this really tall structure, and I just couldn't get that out of my head, saying, why are they bringing this virus to me?
Could you please speak into the microphone?
Yes, so sorry. I was trying to direct my comment directly to them, saying I need to get my point across. So yes, the height restriction and limitation, I applaud your efforts. This 12-story monstrosity was just too much to fathom, and I thank you very much for having the wisdom to say, no, it's too much. It needs to be cut back down. If anything, make it wider, try and use the land appropriately. I understand we have karst features and water features that are going to be problematic as well, but it has to be changed. This density of 10,000 people is essentially too much. It's like if you had Hinkle Fieldhouse with 10,000 people and say, we're only going to give you 4 forms of exits, north, south, east, west. Good luck. Get out of the building, 10,000 people. Oh, by the way, fill this building back up twice. So it's 10,000 people in, it's 10,000 people out every single day out of this 4 structures of trying to get out of this 138 acres. You're asking for problems that you can't even imagine, in my opinion, because of the expenses that you're about to go through. The density of this is just too much. 10,000 people in this one area, 10,000 in, 10,000 out. Good luck with that one. Your roads can't handle it. Once again, I've been kicking the can about the water issue. That's going to be happening as well, and I'm sorry to bring that one back up. But the height, definitely, you've thought about it, you saw it, you realize it doesn't work. Nothing else in this town has this 12-story structure going on that is Bloomington. It just changes the whole feel. It changes it back to a very big city. Cities don't really work. They've been demonstrated to have problems. It doesn't really solve the the housing issue, where if people can build a house, they're going to turn around and sell it at market value. So even if it starts low, saying, great, it's affordable for the first people, they're going to turn around and sell it at market value. So you lost your whole incentive for affordable housing just in the first sell once the people leave. If this institution here can say, great, we're going to stay with this whole project for 20 years, not just 10, but make them work it 20 years so that it really is something that is great for Bloomington, please let them do it. But do it in a sane fashion. This whole idea of these taller structures, I feel, is just a wart. And I don't want Bloomington to look like it has some type of wart upon it. Thank you for your time.
Any other member of the public like to comment on a reasonable condition number 2 on heights? Sir, would you like to comment? Yes, come on up. State your name and you'll have up to 3 minutes, and be sure to sign in as well.
My name is John Scott, and I'd like to ask that the council consider this a new proposal. This is something that has come in last minute. There has always been discussion as the height of the 8 stories. Putting 10 stories in there, I think, is irresponsible, and I would like to see the council stand fast at no more than 8 stories. I also will speak to some other issues later as they come up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, is there anybody on Zoom who would like to comment about reasonable condition number 2 revised?
Not that I see.
Okay, anybody else in chambers? All right, we'll come back to council. Are there any final comments on reasonable condition number 2 revised? Councilmember Stossberg?
I actually have a question. The first commenter mentioned density, and I was wondering, so this proposal might shrink the overall height by 2 stories, but it eliminates a step back. So is this actually going to change the density, or does it actually work out roughly the same number of units?
It will change the density down.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
So how is that going to affect affordability if you can armchair that idea in terms of overall cost?
So you're right, we gained a little bit back with the loss of the additional step back. I think what it will do is potentially make units smaller to get them more units and more economical. I don't think it's a bad thing, but we will not, it'll be more difficult to hit that max number of 4,250 that we base traffic on with this amendment. But we're still supportive of this amendment, a reasonable condition.
Okay, are there any other questions before we go to comments on the reasonable condition? Oh, Councilmember Rallo, go ahead.
Yeah, to follow up, could we have a range of how much it reduces density?
No, because this reasonable condition was presented to us this evening when you got it in your packet. And we really worked hard to try to max out what that is. And to try to do the math on what that is just not reasonable at this point in time. I'm sorry, but there's just no way to ask how it affects the density.
Okay, I understand. It may be a reason to delay this consideration. Thanks.
Okay, any comments on reasonable condition number 2? Oh, a question. Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
We're getting punchy already.
Other discussion, brings to, just to put a finer point on I think I'm understanding correctly. This will reduce the total number of units at some level. If we reduce it by 200 units, that is presumably 30 fewer affordable housing units as well. Is that a safe assumption, or is that a faulty line of reasoning?
So by reducing the height across both of these zones, you reduce the number of units. But we still have the incentives. The incentives actually increase the number of affordable units you would have to build in order to get the incentives, because the incentives in these two districts require 20% affordable, not 15% affordable. So it may actually incentivize using the incentives more, which actually gets you a bigger percentage of affordable units, but less units.
Because the incentives are still a choice, and it's too complicated of a decision to distill in the way I just tried. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions from council members? Councilmember Ruff.
Just to follow up on your last point, Mr. Wenzel, it sounds like you're saying it's unlikely that there would actually be less total affordable units. It's possible, but it's more likely that there'd be the same or maybe even more. I just want to know if Mr. Fleury's question was, Councilmember Fleury's question was, will there be a significant reduction?
Maxing out the building height in today's construction scenario, before this cut, was really difficult because the construction type to get to a 10 or 12-story building is very expensive today. And really, when you get to 12 stories, you might as well go 15 or 20, and you couldn't do that. So by lowering this, it actually makes using the incentives to get to that 8 or 10 stories more possible. So I think to answer your question, we will lose more units, but we'll probably gain affordable units with the process.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any more questions? So now we can move to comments. Are there any final comments on reasonable condition number 2? All right, well, I think we're ready to vote on reasonable condition number 2. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Rollo, did you have a question, comment?
I had a comment.
Oh, okay.
Were you asking for comments?
Yes, I'm sorry. I did not see your hand earlier. I'm sorry, Clerk Bolden, if we can retract that and start again after Councilmember Rollo's comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly to say, density is a concern of mine. The intensity of use in this area is going to be tremendous, and I thought that lowering building height would relieve density. I thought maybe somewhat significantly, but now I'm not so sure. And so I will support this, but I was hoping for 2 things to be optimized. One was reducing density, and the other was reducing building height. So I'm half satisfied by this, and I appreciate the amendment. Thank you.
All right. Now we can take a vote on reasonable condition number 2, revised.
Okay, starting over, Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
And Rosenbarger?
Yes.
All right, that reasonable condition is adopted. I would like to move reasonable condition number 3.
Second.
So this was recommended by the Environmental Commission, and it adds certain accessory uses to the allowed use table within the district ordinance to allow for their use. And that is chicken flock, greenhouse, non-commercial, and recycling drop-off, self-serve. So I want to specify that chicken flock has 2 asterisks next to it, meaning that if there are additional requirements if one would want to have a chicken flock, and that recycling drop-off, self-serve, does not allow any actual processing of recycling. It would just be a drop-off point. And also, going back to chicken flock, those are tightly regulated by Title VII of our municipal code, so it's not like anybody can just have a bunch of chickens. So that is my presentation of the reasonable condition. Does the petitioner want to speak to it?
We accept this reasonable condition.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Asari.
This is just a very silly question, but in our amended packet, I do not see this one.
It was in the original packet, and it wasn't changed.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, going back and forth between the original packet and the amended packet it's a moment.
Yes, it was in the packet issued last Friday. Are there any questions? We'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this reasonable condition? Do we see anybody on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
Not at the moment, but I will remind folks yes, we do have a hand raised. If there are other folks that would like to speak on this reasonable condition, please raise your hand in Zoom or send a chat to the host. We have Jamie.
Okay, go ahead, Jamie. State your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jamie Scholl. And I'll just make this brief since I'd mentioned something about how Native peoples think about our land that we share. And I just want to pose this. Have council members in this proposal considered carrying capacity and food sovereignty of this development and in the context of the larger community, and in regards to growth overall in the future. For those who aren't aware, it's kind of a beginning biology terminology is carrying capacity. It's the maximum number of organisms of a species that can survive in a particular environment, given the resources available in the area. My concern is that with such density and having lived in very dense cities in the past, that food sovereignty and sorry, that's my dog, that food sovereignty and the overall carrying capacity, and how are we looking at that? Because we don't want to always offset all of,
Does this pertain directly to reasonable condition number 3, which is allowing chicken flocks, recycling facility, and greenhouse?
I suppose that's part of carrying capacity.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, you can go ahead. It wasn't clear to me. Ms. Scholl, are you still there?
Yeah, I wasn't able to unmute until just a moment ago. So
Okay.
in reflection to allowing those items in this amendment, then looking at this as a larger, how does this fit in with a larger view of our community? So we're looking at these things in this one area, but wanting to see how this fits in and asking that council members, the administration, and the commissions all consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on reasonable condition number 3? Seeing none, we'll come back to council members. Are there any final comments on this condition? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
And Daley?
Yes.
Thank you.
That reasonable condition passes 9-0. Moving on to reasonable condition 4 revised, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt that reasonable condition.
Second.
I gotta find it.
It's in the addendum.
Okay, gotcha. So this is about steep slopes. It was recommended to do something more to protect steep slopes by the Environmental Commission. Due to changes in Indiana code disallowing regulation of slopes greater than 25%, this condition reflects an agreement by the petitioner to restrict development on slopes between 12% and 25%. So it references the UDO for regulations applicable to steep slopes. The UDO as it stood on January 1st of this year, with the following conditions. No land disturbing activities, excluding utility lines, shall be allowed in areas of land where the pre-development slopes in the PUD are greater than 22%. Areas of land where the pre-development slopes in the PUD are between 18 and 22% shall be allowed a maximum total disturbance of 15% for public and private improvements, excluding utility lines. Any development on slopes between 12 and 18% shall be allowed a maximum disturbance of 75% of the total slope areas. And all slope determinations shall be considered based on the total area of the land in the PUD, and the remaining provisions of the UDO as to slope shall apply to the PUD. Now, I want to note I made a slight wording change in item number 3. Instead of saying slopes in the PUD are greater than 18%, I said they are between 18 and 22%. Can we make that wording change on the fly. Mr. Lucas, I'm sorry I didn't catch that sooner. It's just to clarify, since we're now not going above 22% for any changes.
Yes, give me just a moment.
Somebody is vacuuming. Okay, while he works on that little wording change, are there any questions about reasonable condition number 4 revised? Colleagues have any questions? No? All right. I think Mr. Lucas has made the slight adjustment in item number 3.
Proposing.
Are between 18 and 22%. Thank you very much for making that correction. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to reasonable condition number 4 revised? Please state your name and be sure to sign in.
Paul Rousseau again. Hello. When I see steep slopes, I think of also the roads, and I haven't found anywhere in the plan that speaks about what the maximum slope of the streets would be. Is that an issue? And is that something you could address? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on reasonable condition 4 revised? Is there anybody on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
Not that I see.
Okay. So I will just address the question that was raised by Mr. Russo. It includes, so these conditions include roads. So roads could be in the 75% of slope area that is allowed to be disturbed between 12 and 18% slope. It could be in the 15% area that is allowed to be disturbed between 18 and 22% slope. And they won't be built on anything more than 22% slope. I hope that answers the question. Councilmember Stossberg?
My interpretation of that question was actually how steep are the roads going to be? And Mr. Vincel can probably address that better than me, but my understanding is that there are guidelines generally about how steep roads are allowed to be. And so part of this steep slope condition is allowing some grading in areas that are currently too steep to make sure that they, because some of those areas are where roads need to go, and so then those areas that are too steep right now need to be graded so that they can be an acceptable steepness for roads. So, Mr. Vincel, do you want to address that in a more professional way than me?
I'm not sure about that, but 20.030, which is the environmental section of the UDO, which is incorporated in this, addresses slopes and specifically addresses all other features that we haven't excluded up there, which is just the different percent that can be addressed. So street grades are addressed in there. Collector and arterial streets shall not exceed a grade of 6%. On local streets and alleys shall not exceed a grade of 8%. That is still here. So that is in compliance with the existing UDO, and we've pulled that in.
So roads would be no steeper than generally exist, is the short answer. Thank you.
All right, back to council members. Are there any final comments on reasonable condition 4 revised? I don't see any. So I think we're ready to call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Oops. Daly?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
Thank you.
That reasonable condition passes 9-0. Okay, reasonable condition 5 was already approved last time, so we move on to reasonable condition 6. revised, which I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt reasonable condition 6.
Second.
Now I need to find it. Here we go.
Excuse me, just for 1 moment, can you tell me who actually made that second, because I couldn't hear it and see? Thank you.
All right, reasonable condition 6 revised is about housing affordability. It changes the threshold. Okay, so in a PUD, 15% of units are required to meet permanent affordability for households making 120% of the area median income. And this reasonable condition changes that to 100% of the area median income and puts a date of January 1st, 2027 as the deadline for that. After that, it requires those units to meet the affordability standard that exists in the PUD qualifying standards within the UDO at that time. And the reasoning is that by that time, we will have changed the UDO to require greater level of affordability. That's my prediction, and since I'm still on council for a few more years, I think I can follow up on it. Of course, it requires more than me, but that is my presentation of this particular reasonable condition, and I welcome questions from colleagues. Councilmember Asare.
Thank you so much. So we discussed this one at length at our last hearing on this, and I thought that the agreement that we came to was rather that it should follow the UDO and that we would all be working on improving it. I mean, setting a 3-year standard for doing that change, is there a reason?
Yes, there is a reason.
I'm interested from the petitioner because, I mean, the biggest concern that I have about making a discrepancy is that it makes it, my understanding is that if it's more stringent in one area, that those other developers are unlikely to want to develop here, right? Because it favors other places. If the current UDO is more favorable than the PUD, that isn't beneficial for the development of housing. Have I understood that correctly, or am I wrong about that?
Maybe the petitioner can speak to this reasonable condition.
And in the broadest sense, I'm interested about the ecosystem effects, right? If we set a standard here that's not in the UDO.
Thank you. When this reasonable condition was originally proposed, it was at 90, it was to move from 120 to 90%.
Yep.
We feel like 100% is a good compromise. Yes, it may put us at a disadvantage, but that disadvantage is only 20%, not 30 or more percent, and it's for a specific period of time. At which point in time, we'll be on a level playing field with everybody else. So we're willing to take that disadvantage for that shorter period, the lesser disadvantage for a shorter period of time.
Okay. And so my question then is, like, why do we think it's going to take 3 years to change that portion of the UDO?
Well, I think I might ask Ms. Scanlon to weigh in on this. There was some concern that if we tag it to the UDO outright, what the UDO says right now is what is the framework under which we're approving the PUD.
Right.
So if we just say it's whatever the UDO is, we can't really say that. We have to have a number for now. Is that right, Ms. Scanlon? Is that?
Yeah, kind of. I think, hold on, I just want to make sure I'm reading the right words to you. Oh, just a sec.
Oh,
okay.
thank goodness. The vacuuming has stopped.
Okay. So in a plan unit development under the qualifying standards, it says a petition for rezoning into a PUD district shall only be considered if the petition meets the following criteria. And that's where the 15% at 120 is listed. So when you're doing the rezone to create the PUD, that's where that number comes into play. So we didn't think we could just reference that and say, oh, whatever the PUD says, because it's not like they're going to be rezoning it. So that's why we came up with this wording.
One other question, I think, sort of for for anyone, but is are we? I mean, if we envision changing this provision in the UDO moving forward, do we want to be actually at 90% is what was floated. I mean, so I'm just wondering about the, sort of aggressiveness of all of the changes.
Well, I think at this point, it's a negotiation with the developer.
Yeah.
And so we were reaching that compromise, and I think it has yet to be determined what the ideal level is.
Okay.
Because under a certain percentage of AMI, there are other tools that developers can use to finance. So that's a percentage that we would need to discuss with Hand and other staff members, I think.
And should we make it more stringent in the future? Does that have the 20% that you're getting now, let's say we were to change the UDO in a year or something like that, in 3, within the next 3 years, that then has the opposite effect, so it actually would benefit this PUD, because if we were to make it more stringent in the UDO, let's say we were to move to a 90%, then they would basically get back the years of lien. They would, in other words, it would help you economically if that happened, correct?
I don't understand. But
I mean, I think people develop things in ecosystems, right? Like, I mean, the decisions are not, people don't make them in vacuums, right?
I think we're willing to live with the reasonable condition as it is authored and presented tonight. And I don't want to, this is where it gets really tricky to start saying, what if we change it to a different number? This also provides predictability for everyone. And I think that's very important, that it's a reasonable condition that gets you more affordability from a percentage level and gives predictability as to how this project over time will look at that number.
And I'm just, what I'm trying to clarify is that it doesn't make it impossible for us to have a lower AMI in the UDO moving forward, right? Like we're not in the situation where we're like, well, we just said this on this place, so we're sort of strung to that 100.
no, we could change it.
Okay, super.
Other questions? Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. When this was discussed last week or the week before, whenever it was, you mentioned that idea of like changing this AMI at the time then leaves this like kind of unfunded gap between people who can like, kind of pay outright market rate and then projects that are getting some kind of incentive to be built. And so when you said that, I was like, oh, like how big of a gap are we creating? So in terms of thinking about the Bloomington housing market all at once, like what kind of gap are we creating right now? And is that a gap that is filled anywhere in Bloomington? Like, I just kind of want to understand like what that gap is and then how important that gap is to the Bloomington housing market as a whole. Because I don't want to make something more stringent and then realize that what we're doing is actually preventing development of some housing types that are really needed and now are even less likely to be funded, if that makes sense.
So yes, with this recommendation, the gap on this project is increased. I don't think it's increased substantially. That's why we didn't agree to 90%. The second thing I actually like about this from a standpoint is this allows for the community to have the discussion about that gap. It's not applying it across the entire community. I would be hopeful that while this might create a gap here, that gap might be an opportunity for another development to fill that gap while the community has a discussion about what is the right AMI percentage to use going forward.
Other questions on reasonable condition 6 revised? I assume Councilmember Rallo will make himself seen if he would like to ask a question. All right, well, let's go to the public. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak to reasonable condition 6 revised, please come to the podium or raise your hand via Zoom. And be sure to state your name and sign in as well.
Once again, my name is John Scott, and I just want to speak very quickly about affordable housing. It's an issue that has been with us for a long time. Historically, if we go back and look, prior to World War II in 1940, only roughly 46.1% of the population owned their own home. After World War II in 1960, it went to about 61% of the population in the United States owning their own home. Unfortunately, between that time and today, the proportion has not changed. As of the first quarter of 2024, 65.5 or 66% of the population of America owns their own home. The issue is affordable housing, but the real key issue is a living wage. My concern, and it has happened in many instances, a person is able to get in on affordable housing with the hope of really being able to improve their lot. But in many instances, they wind up losing the home because they're not financially able to keep up with increased taxes, if it's a condominium, increased condominium fees, or if it's a home, increased maintenance. And this is a process that has to be learned. And again, if you look at Bloomington, roughly 66, 67% of the population are renters, and only around 37% are homeowners. I don't know what the hell it tells you. I don't know if it tells you it's students or what, but there is a ratio, and nationally, the median income in the United States today is a little short of $75,000. So when you put all these numbers together, the affordable housing is still going to be an issue with us. And I know in the email you sent to me, you stated there were restrictions, but in most states, the restriction on affordable housing is it cannot be resold at market value. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's not our alarm, so don't know whose alarm that is. Okay, it's his. All right. Any other member of the public care to comment on reasonable condition 6 revised?
We do have a Zoom commenter.
Okay.
Yvonne.
Hi, it's me, Yvonne Hensley again. I did want to comment as well since I was here. So I am a mom, a single mom of 3 kids. I work diligently in the non-for-profit sector. And I can tell you how hard it is for a lot of people here when it comes to affordable housing. And I can tell you that in July, my rent will be raised to over $1,000. And that's on the west side of town. I can't afford that. So I will have to probably seek outside of Monroe County. Many of people are having to do this. Not just that, when I do seek for housing, the housing sizes are so small that a person of me who have 3 kids, I mean, it's not even worth it. Because the spacing is so tiny that it's one of those, well, at least it's a house over your head and it's what you can afford. I just don't think it's correct. Just because I don't make as much as a 2-person household, I make a good amount. But I shouldn't have to say, well, I can pick a 9,000 square foot house because that's what they're making for affordable housing. So I think that should definitely be looked at when building something over on this side of town. Also, I wanted to say with affordable housing, once it's bought up as affordable housing, it doesn't always stay that way. And a lot of us see it that later on, past 3 years, it gets resold. And this happens a lot. And or it gets rented out. Or it's run down. I mean, so many landlords are scumbags, and we can't win. We really can't win over some of these scumbags. And even, I mean, even college students. I've helped so many college students. They don't pay rent because it's not because they want to be evicted, it's because they don't have heat or they've got animals in their households. I mean, it's crazy. So, you know, we have to look out of who's coming in to develop. People from Indianapolis, people from New York, people from California. Some of these managers these owners don't even live here. So I think really taking an in-depth look on what we're really doing.
That's your time, but thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you for your comment.
Thanks.
Anybody else on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
Yes, next is Wendy Brick.
Okay.
Hi. I have been following this.
Could you state your name again, please?
Oh, sure. My name is Wendy Brisht.
Thank you.
And sorry if I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do it again. And I'm also concerned, as Yvonne is, that the city does not just welcome more housing for the sake of more housing, because it hasn't really helped us. The more that's in my neighborhood, especially, the more that's gone rental, the higher everything goes. And it, new rentals lift the cost of old rentals, the rental price, somehow the prevailing thought is that, gee, that you have all these new ones, then the old ones will get cheaper, but they don't. They just raise them to, to be closer to what the new ones are renting for, is what I've seen. I know that many of, of these units will be very small, and whether they will be affordable, I think, and people may have said this already, I apologize if I'm repeating, but that does need to be looked into. Is this housing what Bloomington needs? And if it isn't, I would just encourage all of Bloomington council members to just stand your ground, stick to your guns. Don't feel like we have to do this just for more housing, because what we need is the housing that we need. We don't, we have a lot of, market rate apartments, and even the affordable apartments here are not affordable to most residents in Bloomington, or even the majority of residents in Bloomington. And we don't need, what we need is right now. And I mean, I would love to see a discussion of whether or not the city can actually go into the business of building housing for its residents, and use money, use the money that we can get that way. But I am very concerned about this giant development. Who will be living in it? Where will they come from? And we need other housing. And if this one, one development satisfies the number of housing units, but doesn't satisfy the kind of housing we need, and that we desperately need, I just would caution you to just do your good jobs and really look into it. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
Yes, next we have Kyle Davis.
Okay, go ahead. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to make a quick public comment, sort
Go
of
ahead
clarifying.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
I apologize. My name is Kyle Davis. I just wanted to make sort of a quick public comment, sort of in response, or sort of continuing this conversation about affordability, particularly when it comes to raising housing production. There's a lot of sort of conversation about how housing production will increase increase housing prices. But I think what we have to understand is you have to look at trends, right? If we didn't build this housing, what would the prices look like? Just as we did build this housing, what are the prices? We have to compare those two price levels, because it is very likely, and the data does show, that raising housing production will lower housing costs as a trend, right? Now, as a blanket rate, or as a blanket number, it might be the case that if you build a couple of apartments, the total rents raise, But you have to think about, okay, what would the rents be if you didn't build that additional housing? And the reality is the data shows that those rents would be higher. I'm going to talk about this later in a later public comment, but Yimbiana and Stronger B-Town submitted an open letter, particularly looking at this problem about whether housing production creates housing affordability. And the data is clear, the empirics are clear. You build more houses, you lower housing prices. And sure, at an absolute level, they might not decrease, but as a percentage of what they would have been if you had not made that additional housing production, those prices are lowered. So you have to consider the whole trend. It's a similar argument to saying, like, for example, people will say that climate change isn't real because it's cold outside. Well, what would the overall average temperature be if we didn't have climate change? Well, it would be much colder. You can't look at one particular example and then create a trend from that one particular example. You have to look at broad trends from multiple data points. And the data points, the overall trend is very clear that if you increase housing production, you increase housing affordability, and you lower housing prices. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
No, not that I see.
Okay, I don't see any others here in the chambers, so we will come back to council members. Are there any final comments on reasonable condition 6 revised? Councilmember Stossberg.
I actually have a question, and I think it's for Ms. Scanlon, because there have been a few public comments tonight that have asked about that concept of affordability and basically said, well, affordability might be affordable to start with, but then somebody else buys it and then it's no longer affordable. So can you tell us, in terms of the restrictions that go along with this, if a building is built and say it has 100 units, just say, even though there's going to be smaller units too, but 100 is a nice even number, that then it creates 15 affordable units. How long are those units affordable for? How is that guaranteed in the paperwork? And is there a process by which a future owner of that property could say, I don't want these to be affordable anymore?
Okay, so the permanent affordability standard in the Unified Development Ordinance is permanent. So it runs as long as the building is there through a zoning commitment. So that is recorded and then is in the title of that property going forward. And then the city would be tracking those units as well through time. But yes, they would. The zoning commitment is not allowed to be removed unless by the body that required it. So they would have to come back here to take that off.
Okay, and say let's talk about this in the context of affordable ownership options, say in a condo building or a townhouse building or whatever, that said, okay, we're going to build 20 townhouses and 15% of them is 3. 3 of them are going to be affordable, and they're going to, say, so they're owner occupied right now. And the owner then sells it, are they then still required to sell it at an affordable rate? Like, how does that work in terms of a building that is owned by, like, owner-occupied dwelling?
Yes, it would be the same.
Okay, so they would be required in terms of selling it to sell it at the affordable rate as determined by that original contract?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I hope that community members who were concerned about that idea of these buildings starting out as affordable and then not being affordable anymore have some assurance that that is worked into the documentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Stossberg. That's helpful. Are there any final comments on reasonable condition 6? Councilmember Flaherty.
To the last public commenter's point, Councilmember Rosenberger shared data around this exact phenomenon recently, and I think it's counterintuitive when you talk to folks about it, because the commenter was right. Rarely ever do you see absolute prices of housing, rents, sales, whatever, go down. But the data that Councilmember Rosenberger shared was Minneapolis' experience over the last several years compared to its surrounding communities. Rents have only risen very, very slightly in Minneapolis, a few percentage points compared to like 15% in surrounding communities. And it was a housing expansion issue that's part of that. So it's two upward trend lines, and it brings one of them down when you're able to add to housing supply. So just wanted to credit the speaker for doing an admirable job explaining that phenomenon, which is, again, not always intuitive, but well backed by empirical data and evidence.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do we still have Councilmember Rallo with us in the meeting? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You'll let us know, because I can't see you. Oh, actually, when we vote, I think we need to see Councilmember Rallo. So there he is. Okay. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on reasonable condition 6 revised?
Yes, Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
And Zulik?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that reasonable condition passes 9-0. And now we're, reasonable condition 7 was already passed last time, so now we're on number 8, which is one that was brought by staff and sponsored by myself. So I will move reasonable condition 8.
Second.
And now I have to find it again. Which one is it? All right, reasonable condition 8. All right. So this is about the traffic analysis. And Ms. Scanlon, can you present this one, please?
This is related to the traffic analysis that was done on the property. Ideally, the traffic analysis would have been done before Plan Commission, and a list of those off-site improvements that may be needed could have been vetted through Plan Commission, and then if not at Plan Commission, then at Council. That wasn't able to be completely prepared and analyzed in time. So we are requesting to change the wording of this of the original condition in the Plan Commission packet through this reasonable condition, so that it's clear that the city engineer will be selecting which off-site improvements are required to be part of the memorandum of understanding.
Thank you. Does the petitioner want to make a statement about this one? No? Okay. Any questions about reasonable condition 8? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on reasonable condition 8? Do we have anybody on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
Not that I see.
All right, we'll come back to council. Any final comments on this one? All right, we're ready for a roll call vote on reasonable condition 8.
Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. And we are ready for number 9. I move reasonable condition number 9 to ordinance 2024-07.
Second.
This is about CBU, the proposed memorandum of wait. Okay. It's regarding CBU, and I will let Ms. Scanlon present it.
So this is a condition, original condition number 6 in the Plan Commission packet. And it is related to the stormwater detention requirements during development on site, as one of our concerns is how the downstream properties will be affected while the property is under construction. And so we just changed some of the phrasing back to more similar to what was originally proposed by Ms. Zager that we had changed with the petitioner in the interim. So basically clarifying that improvements need to be done as development is built out. She wanted to have the reference to the preliminary plan removed, so that's what this does. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on reasonable condition 9? Councilmember Stossberg?
While we're talking about stormwater, last week we approved some new stormwater regulations in general. So those are supposed to take effect on July 1st. Is there a way that any piece of this site will get through before July 1st and stormwater will not follow the more stringent standards that we set last week?
Petitioner, first of all, there is not a chance that we'll start moving dirt before July 1st. But second of all, we've been working with CBU since last fall to design this project to the new standards because we knew they were coming. So we've got those new standards that you adopted last week already in our process. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I was pretty sure that I knew the answer to that question, but just for people who might have been following along with that, and that was actually raised last week by Councilmember Asari in terms of that. So I just wanted to make sure that was said out loud in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about reasonable condition 9? If not, we will go to the public. Does any member of the public care to comment on reasonable condition 9? Mr. Lucas, is there anybody on Zoom?
No, not that I see.
All right, we'll come back to council. Are there any comments before we vote on reasonable condition number 9? All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Piedmont-Smith?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger? Yes. Daley?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
The screen.
What?
Did we ever say rough?
What?
Is he supposed to be on screen for that? Yeah, he's there. Cool. And then Ruff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 9-0. And we move on to reasonable condition 10.
I'll move reasonable condition 10 be considered.
Second.
All right.
This one was by me and Councilmember Flaherty. Councilmember Flaherty, would you like to present?
Sure. Thank you. This reasonable condition is on a theme that I think a number of us have voiced interest in over the course of this ordinance, which is to try to find ways to encourage more homeownership options, in particular, homeownership options in a diversity of housing types, not just detached single family, but also small, attached housing and multifamily housing, as well as homeownership options spread throughout the district, not just in sort of some of the lower density neighborhoods. So that's where the concept kind of came in, and after, sorry, I'm trying to get the language, make sure I have the language in front of me. After some discussion with staff and with the petitioner, this is kind of where we settled on what we thought was reasonable and achievable. So it commits to, well, let me back out a little bit before getting into the numbers, which is that we can't mandate home ownership, and we are not trying to mandate home ownership. We are trying to get a commitment for a development approach that will enable home ownership options in multifamily housing in particular. That's kind of the default when you're selling a detached single-family home. It is not the default in necessarily in more attached or multifamily housing options. Those are what we call condos typically. Those are governed by an HOA, which is a private contract in the governance structure, not a zoning issue ultimately. But it's the developer's choice as they're developing the property, whether or not they want to develop it in that fashion. So here we have a commitment essentially that in each of the 5 neighborhoods, a minimum of 20% of the housing units will be developed in a way that enables that individual unit ownership. That could be individual units as in detached single-family homes or individual units within a 20-unit building. In either case, the idea is you can buy one. And also in the case of a larger building, it would be a structure that prevents any one entity from buying up all the units, say. So that's not a requirement site-wide. It's a requirement for, again, a minimum of 20% of units within each of the neighborhoods, and then also a commitment to 40% of the units within the entire PUD, which means that we're going to get higher than 20% in some places, certainly. So I think that covers it. There's one other little, well, I guess in particular the sort of HOA structure that is called for to enable that ownership options. It's for 5 or more units, essentially, is where that would be. It doesn't prevent a triplex or a duplex from having that structure, but I'm getting kind of in the weeds. I'll just stop. If you have questions, let me know. It's kind of hard to explain. Apologies.
Councilmember Strasburg, did you want to add anything?
I don't think so. I think Councilmember Flaherty did a pretty good job. If you looked at maybe the before revised version of this, it had a 50% site-wide in this type, and in order to make sure that things were distributed, we went with these numbers. So we did kind of explore other numbers in terms of feasibility and in terms of actually being able to be impactful at the same time. And then number 2 on this condition is just allowing some kind of accountability with the developing agent. So essentially they'll have to declare what piece of their site plan falls into these designed for ownership options. So we're hoping that this will enable more ownership, which is definitely a priority for me.
Thank you. Are there questions on reasonable condition 10 revised? Councilmember Rollo.
Yeah, thanks. Well, this is of keen interest to me in terms of attempting to get home ownership. The last I checked with one of the sponsors, Councilmember Flaherty, the number was 50%, and I thought I saw that in the packet, that the number was 50%. When was it lowered to 20, and for what reason?
That you're right. On Friday when it went out, it was 50%, and we met, oh Lord, now yesterday, Monday, I don't know, I'm losing track of my days, to discuss that with the petitioner, and that was when it was lowered, and so the new number was sent out this afternoon in the addendum.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. So it was just sent out?
Yeah, it was sent out this afternoon in the addendum.
Okay, that's a surprise. Could I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
I met with Jackie Scanlon about this, and I was interested in the 50% number too, and she reported that the petitioner was estimating about a 47% level of home ownership. I was meeting with Stephen Lucas and Jackie Scanlon and actually Councilmember Ruff. Is that correct? Is that because I need to understand why it was lowered so dramatically. So, Ms. Scanlon, do you know? Could you confirm that
Yes.
was the case?
Oh, sorry. So the number that I reported was based on the number from when I met with the petitioners before the last council of the number of units they thought would be built in a style that wasn't like large multifamily, and it was roughly 47%. So when we discussed the 50, then I reported that they seem to already be around that number, so that may be something that would be amenable. But then there's been further discussion since then, so Mr. Wenzel or maybe some of the council members could probably discuss why that number was changed.
Thank you. If I may address the question. So yes, we were at about 40%. Since that time, we have had other pressures making this project smaller. affecting this project. We want this project to succeed. We believe it will be about 50%. Maybe that's 47, maybe it's 53. The numbers you have before you are simply a floor. That is the minimum requirement. This is not a maximum, it's a floor. So the floor is 20 in any one neighborhood and 40% overall. The second issue is that we have a bunch of hurdles in the PUD. In the ordinance on page 8, we talk about certain things that have to happen, and in figure 12, certain number of units that have to be built out. We don't want to be at a place where we could build more units, but if we built more units, they would have to be rental or owner occupied to hit our 40 or 50% before we could go to the next neighborhood, because there's other hurdles that are built into the ordinance. So this gives us a little bit of flexibility. So we will have to hit the 20% number in any one neighborhood. If we're slightly less than that, but we finish out that neighborhood and we can go to the next neighborhood, now we have to exceed 40% in order to average 40% overall. So it's really to allow some flexibility so this will succeed and to provide a floor for each neighborhood and for the project as a whole.
Well, can I ask about what is the most profitable is the rental, right? Is that what you're saying? So you want to maximize the rental, and that's why you're reticent to accept 50% for structures that would be, capable of being owned.
I didn't say that rentals were more profitable. I'm confused.
So why not accept 50%?
Because we don't build houses one pari passu. You don't build an apartment building pari passu, and you don't build a condo building pari passu, and you don't build a neighborhood pari passu. You don't build five houses, and you don't say that two of those houses are owner occupied. Can I finish my answer? You don't.
We have one person speak at a time. I think Councilmember Rallo, you asked a question, and I think Mr. Wenzel was trying to answer your question, although he's using a term, pari passu, that I do not understand.
Okay. Pari passu is one for one. So you don't build five houses and have two of them be owner occupied, two of them be rental, and one be half and half. It doesn't work. You have to do 3 owner occupied and 2 rental. You don't build an apartment building of 25 units and make half of them a condo building of 25 units and make half of them owner occupied and half of them condo rentals. It just doesn't, that's not the way you build apartments. It might be the way you sell hamburgers, but it's not the way you build apartments. We want to be successful here. We believe that we can hit 50%, but we can't have that as the floor, because we literally could sit here saying we have 20 affordable lots we could sell, but since we're at a maximum number, we can't do that. We can't say that we could have 30 affordable apartments, but we can't build the 30 affordable apartments because we don't have 30 houses to build. We don't want to put us in that situation. That will end up with a piece of land that could never be developed. So we will live with the recommendation as it was presented after discussing it, but we cannot live with the floor of 50% built to this standard. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo, does that answer your question, or do you have a follow-up?
Well, I think it's about, maximizing profit, and
I think that's a comment that
we
can be
do
reserved
own-
for later.
We do zone for, a single family use, for instance, or so forth. And I was thinking of the entire area, but I want to drill down a little bit more about, was I misunderstanding, Ms. Scanlon, about the anticipated number of 47% owner occupied?
No, but again, those numbers were based on before the other reasonable conditions were written. So I'm guessing that they're probably slightly different, but no, that was the original number. I think to Mr. Vincel's point, maybe they'll hit that number, but 40 is the minimum.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. So if they don't, then we'll end up with 80% apartments in this development.
Let me just clarify something. So the reasonable condition says that throughout the development, 40% needs to be able to be owner occupied. 40%, not 20% in each neighborhood, but 40% overall.
60%, sorry.
Okay. Are there other questions? Any other questions on this reasonable condition? Okay, let's go to the public. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this reasonable condition? Yes, come on up. You state your name and sign in, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Paul Rousseau again. One of the problems that I have with this development overall is that it is very ambitious for a time of great uncertainty in this world. And therefore, when I see the discussion that just happened between Councilmember Rollo and the developer's representative, I think to myself, what's going to happen if this project actually does not get fully built? I have distinct memories of what happened in 2008 and 2009. There were developments all over the country where the bulldozers were stopped right there. You had a string of houses in different stages of being developed. What I would do in the shoes of if I were the developer, I would build the most profitable ones first. And if it doesn't get developed all the way, well, at least you don't have a big loss then. And so I think Councilmember Rollo's comments are quite on point. And my concern is that, as I said, you could wind up having you could wind up actually with closer to 80% not owner-occupied, because then within the project not being completed. This is not a fantasy. These things happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, is there anybody on Zoom who has raised a hand in order to make a public comment?
Yes, we have Stephen Schott.
Okay. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Oops. Hello, I'm Stephen Schott. This condition, hello, I'm Stephen Schott.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, all right, thanks. I remember kind of this condition. This goes to something my, one of my old neighbors, her and her husband, actually, they moved away from here because of this development. But anyhow, there was always this mental gymnastics things going on with this development from the very beginning to get around the fact that this was just going to be nothing more than an apartment complex. And this just seems to just kind of beat that in. I mean, there was talk of a neighborhood housing, but there was always this language written in where that number of owner-occupied buildings or dwellings, but just kept dwindling. And it just kept, sorry. And it just kept growing. The height of the buildings kept growing, and the amount of dwellings or single-family dwellings, owner-occupied, kept shrinking. And they kept, so basically it was always just going to be an apartment complex from the beginning, from basically any of our points of view. And I guess I'll just end it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom, Mr. Lucas, who would like to comment?
Not that I see.
Okay, and I don't see anybody else in council chambers. So we'll come back to council members. I would like to ask Ms. Scanlon to talk about Mr. Russo's concern that the project not get fully built and his concern that only the profitable parts would be built. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So there are a number of things written into this plan unit development. One of them is a triggers matrix, everyone's favorite table that requires that certain percentages of the first two neighborhoods are built before the other neighborhoods can be built. And the first two neighborhoods are the largely detached single-family areas, so those will be built first. So we expect, there's also in the PUD in the packet, if anyone's interested to look at it, timelines for when they expect each neighborhood to start building and finish building. So again, that reflects that the actual less dense or neighborhoods with smaller footprint buildings will actually be started first, and then they have to be built to certain percentages, 50% before a new neighborhood could be started, and also a percentage of the affordable units in those neighborhoods have to be built before new neighborhoods can be started. So, yeah, to avoid what was described earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Are there any other questions before we move to comments? Any follow-up questions from council members? Okay, any comments on reasonable condition 10? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
This is really great. Thanks so much for doing it. Just wanted to chime in on that. I mean, it's not something we normally put in, and I think it's incredibly important, so thank you.
Any other council member comments? Councilmember Stossberg? Oh, Councilmember Rollo. We'll go to you first.
Oh, thanks. Just feel we're setting our sights too low on this. I mean, this is a substantial increase in density that the developer is going to enjoy. That's why he's coming, because he knows he can increase density and make tremendous, add value to the land, and build high density apartment buildings that are quite tall, and add cost to infrastructure for the city. We're not even sure what the traffic impact's going to be. So I don't think it's too much to ask for a minimum of floor 50% here. We're awash in apartments. I gave a presentation the last time we met about the tremendous number of apartments relative to, owner-occupied building permits, and it was like an order of magnitude. That's the kind of apartment, that's the kind of housing we need, is something that will be owner-occupied. We don't need more apartments. And so I'm in a tough place here because, of course, I want some sort of mandate, but I think that this is just too low. So I think I'll be voting against this. Thanks.
Other council member comments? Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. I just want to address a little bit maybe of this in terms of comment. And I think that one of the things I want to address is the specter of apartments. And one of the things is we have five neighborhoods here. And as it's kind of written into these neighborhoods, there are probably 3 of them that are designed primarily for smaller structures, and then 2 of them that are designed primarily for larger structures. And we think of larger structures as not having ownership options. And that's kind of this like impression that we have in general of housing. And I think one of the things this condition does is say, no, we don't have to have that impression. So it might look like a 4-story apartment building, but it's actually a 4-story condo building. And within that building, there are 50 individual units, and per this reasonable condition, one entity, one person can own a maximum of 2 of them, so that then it can't end up being this monopoly that turns into a high rental situation that, in other words, kind of turns into this apartment building. And I think that we have to be really careful then when kind of looking at this development and going, oh, it's just a bunch of big apartment buildings, to recognize that no, in each one of these districts, it might look like an apartment building on the outside, but at least 20% of it in each one of these districts is something that is owned or has the capability of being owned. And those larger like condo structures that maybe have 25 units in them, if it is, it has to be designed per this reasonable condition. During the design process, will have to be presented as saying, okay, we're going to establish an HOA, and then if it has an HOA, then one entity can only own 2 of those units. And then it's up to the HOA moving forward to enforce that, because enforcement is, a piece of the equation. And so I just want to I guess to the community, say, let's try not to judge a book by its cover in terms of looking at a building and assuming what's going on with ownership structure on the inside, and that is an ownership structure that we frankly need more of. And I think I spoke a couple weeks ago about the idea of senior housing and that missing middle housing for folks who have grown kids who are still living in 2,500 square foot houses with huge yards that are old enough to not want that, but young enough to not move into senior living facilities, who might really like this sweet spot of a condo, a townhouse that allows for the ownership but doesn't come with the complications of caring for extensive yards or other things of that nature. So we tried our best in terms of writing this reasonable condition to manage to meet it. And so in terms of that 20 and 40% floor, I mean, if only 20% of those units, say in Everest, are follow this model of HOA governance in these buildings, then that means that they've got to make up a whole lot somewhere else. And these percentages are not what is depicted on that sheet of planned, like, potential units. That's actual units that are on the ground. So if they come forth with this plan saying we're going to build 50 units here, like it may, like they're going to plat it, it's going to be 50, then a certain percent of them have to be designed for ownership. But that might not be, like, according to the plan, well, maybe they could have put 100 in there and they've made it less dense with whatever it is they're talking about. So this percentage is the actual number of units that are built. And that's different than some of the other percentages in here. But I think that it's as good as we can get right now in terms of expectation, especially knowing that there are going to be some larger structures in there. I think I'm babbling now. It's getting late. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Other council member comments? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yeah, I hope he said most of what I was, I'm sorry, Councilmember Strasburg said most of what I was thinking or going to say. I don't want to undersell, I think, what this condition does, which is that that 47% figure from before, which will probably still be met, had no specification about where it would occur, what type of housing. Functionally, this means that we're going to get it in all neighborhoods. We're going to get it in different housing types. And we have so few condos in Bloomington. The fact that almost all ownership options are in detached single family or like paired patio homes or maybe townhomes, and most rental is in multifamily, and that we segregate those uses means that we segregate the population by the type of ownership, by whether housing tenure, whether you're a renter or owner, and often those are correlated with income as well. It led to a lot of discussion ongoing with MCCSC, right? Working on balancing socioeconomic disparities and segregation that's driven by housing policy ultimately. So this is a really important step forward to, I think, work on the tools we have when we have them to advance ownership options in all neighborhoods and in all housing types. And plus there's the accountability feature sort of built into this that wouldn't have been present before. So some visibility through Plan Commission, through the planning process. So yeah, just appreciate the petitioner working with us to finalize that. Thank you.
Any other council member comments? No other first round comments. Councilmember Rollo.
Yes, and just to be brief, I do want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Strasburg and Flaherty, for working on this. I know it took a lot of consideration, so I don't mean to be disrespectful about this condition of approval, but I was fully expecting to support the first iteration. And we all just received this at 5:34 this evening. I was in a meeting with Councilmember Zulik and Councilmember Flaherty, and so I had no idea that it had changed. And so I want to make a note of that in terms of why I'm objecting to this. The late notice is troublesome, I guess, for me too. Thank you.
Yes, I would just say that there's been intense negotiation with the developer and with council members and the legal team and the planning team. And so some of it did come down to very last minute, and that is unfortunate. Any other comments on this amendment before we vote? I mean, this reasonable condition? All right. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on reasonable condition 10? Revised.
Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
No.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes. All right, that passes 8-1. Now we will move on to reasonable condition 11.
That was mine, so I'll move reasonable condition number 11.
Second.
This one is mine, and it just states that the owner or manager of a multifamily dwelling that provides on-site trash service or trash pickup shall also ensure that residents have access to on-site recycling services. So it's one of those kind of like persnickety things for me personally, that we often don't have any recycling service in multifamily units. And it's not mandated anywhere, and I think the state actually prevents us from mandating it anywhere, but this is a PUD, which means that we can write slightly different rules. And so I took this opportunity to say, hey, you know, if you're going to provide on-site trash, then you also need to provide on-site recycling.
All right, any questions about this reasonable condition? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on reasonable condition 11? Mr. Lucas, is there anybody who's raising a hand on Zoom?
Not that I see, no.
All right, we'll come back to council members. Is there any council member who'd like to comment on this reasonable condition before the vote? Seeing none, Clerk Bolden, will you please call the roll on reasonable condition 11?
Yes, Councilmember Asari.
What is it on the yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty, Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reasonable condition 11 passes 9-0. And we'll move on to the last reasonable condition, number 12.
And that one is also mine. So this reasonable condition allows the development of up to the 4,250 units that the traffic analysis was based on, and that the water sewer analysis stuff was based on. And part of the reason why I did this was kind of a discussion at Plan Commission, and there's, I think, just a lot of community concern because this project last year, you know, it's been in the works for quite a while. It started with this idea of 6,000 units or 5,000 units, and I want to make sure that there is a definite cap of the currently listed 4,250 units, and that if there is a development that wants to go over those units, then the traffic study and the sewer study have to be done again, and it has to come back to whoever is in council at the time. And it's one of those things I don't think is necessarily like, I mean, I doubt that it's going to happen, especially since we just restricted the height, and that to some degree restricted the number of units, but I'm kind of presenting it as let's make sure the community understands that in 10 years, it's not suddenly going to have 5,000 units on it instead of what is currently being discussed here today.
Okay, are there any questions on a reasonable condition?
Made when we
Oh,
began.
sorry. Move to adopt. Reasonable condition number 12.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions on reasonable condition 12? So I have a question, and I've asked you this privately, and it may be a question for Ms. Scanlon, but so why should this come back to the Common Council rather than just going back to the Plan Commission?
Yeah, I think that was the department recommendation because the final approval is here at council. And so to change that number, I think we felt was more appropriate to be done by the body that was giving the final approval. Stephen might have more to, Mr. Lucas might have more to add.
Is it envisions an update to the preliminary plan, which is approved by this body, that's attached to the ordinance 2024-07, so to amend that would take action by the council.
Thank you. Other questions about reasonable condition 12? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on reasonable condition 12? Okay, please state your name and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
John Scott, and in particular to this, what you're doing, if you approve it, is allowing the developer or any other developer to come back and ask for any number of units. The 4,200 is already way over what should be on basically a half-mile area. The basic rule for Bloomington right now is 3,500 people per square mile. What this development is doing is putting almost 9,000 people on a quarter of a square mile. I ask that you consider it because there are other small parcels of land, 50 acres, 70 acres, where other developers will be looking to come back. I really feel that the Planning Commission and the council should put a stipulation that there be maybe 2,000, half this project be done, and the developer come back at a later date for his remaining units. I think giving him the 4,200 is carte blanche. I don't see one developer staying with the program for 10 years. I see him building 1 or 2 phases and selling the others off. And I don't see this as a benefit to the city of Bloomington.
Thank you. And do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to comment?
Yes, we have Stephen Schott.
Hello, I'm Stephen Schott again. I just have a question, the sewer analysis. This kind of goes back to a planning commission meeting where buried in there was a sewer analysis report, basically stating that the sewer on that side of town was basically already over capacity, couldn't already experiencing leaks and raw sewage discharges and such. And that the cost of repair was brutally expensive. And anyhow, my question is, anybody else read that report? Does anybody else know anything about that? And what will be done about that? Because that's a big impact on this side of town. And I'm sure the people over by Leonard Springs, they get to enjoy the smell. Maybe a few other people on that side of town too. It gets all the way over by the racetrack. But anyhow, I'm just interested in if anyone else has read that report and what's going to be done about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public want to comment? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have Yvonne.
Okay, please state your name again and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
So I just wanted to say,
please state your name
it's
again.
Oh, sorry. My name is Yvonne Hensley. And I just wanted to say that it goes to something to really listen to the people on this side of town, because we live here and we know that this side of town gets a lot of traffic, not because of the city, but because of the county. And maybe it going to maybe city council, the city county council, and talking with them too about this project. I know we don't always get along with both, with everybody, but you're just so closely related, because it's just so close to the county. I know my on the west side here, we flood a lot. And yeah, like you said, maybe re-looking at that report. Something. We have some issues over here. And if we're trying to also share water with up north, maybe we really, really, really need to look at that. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on reasonable condition 12?
Yes, next is Mary Beth Price.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, I don't know if, I think this is more of a general comment.
Okay,
So
please
maybe I
state
should
your
wait
name.
Until you open up for that.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll wait until the general comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Mr. Lucas?
Not that I see, no.
All right, we'll come back to council members. Are there any follow-up questions on reasonable condition 12? I will ask staff to talk a little bit about the sewer analysis and whether there were already existing problems that were found and how those are being addressed.
Sure. So a sewer analysis was done by the city, contracted by the city, and that was done in enough time that the City of Bloomington Utilities was able to work with the petitioner. They are in the process of finalizing their MOU, their Memorandum of Understanding. There are existing issues on the site of town. There are some existing issues at the Dillman plant. And so they are working with the petitioner so that they can have an agreement about what portion of those things that need to be fixed in general will be the responsibility of this development based on their potential build out, the 4,250. And they are currently working on that. And so that is one of the conditions of approval that was sent to you from Plan Commission, that memorandum be completed.
So you said the developer will pay for a portion of improvements that are needed to the system.
Mr. Vinsel could maybe give more detail than that, but I think that's the gist of.
Well, what I want to know is CBU committed to paying the other portion and actually doing the projects that are needed?
Oh, I'm not sure I could speak to that. I mean, so I think what the agreement will end up saying, which planning staff isn't a party to the drafting going back and forth, but the idea is that when those projects are done, the developer will be responsible for a portion of some of those projects, as well as improvements around their immediate area. I do believe, just from some conversations that we've had about this project, that there are intended projects to be done to improve the general area that were going to possibly be done anyway, but will now be done in conjunction with the petitioner. And they can correct me if they know that's wrong.
Okay. Would the petitioner like to speak to that?
We've passed back and forth a couple of iterations of the MOU, and the MOU basically speaks to that there are planned improvements that are in the works with CBU to service all of the Dillman Road facility. There is built-in extra capacity for not only this project, but other projects in that, and that we will be paying our portion of that built-in additional capacity as we move forward with each set of units that come forward.
Are there any other follow-up questions from council members? All right, we'll move to, Councilmember Stossberg.
Sorry, going back to that memorandum of understanding. So one of the reasonable conditions is that those memorandums of understanding, both about sewer but also about traffic, are in place before anything starts, right? So even if we approve this tonight, if those things are not agreed to, then, I mean, the project just freezes until those things are agreed to by our staff. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you. I'm glad I have understanding of that.
All right. Moving to council comments, would any council members care to comment on reasonable condition 12? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 12?
Councilmember Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Nassari.
Yes.
All right, very good. That reasonable condition passes 9-0. I believe that is all of the reasonable conditions, so we can go back. We can go back to talk about Amendment 1 at this point.
Yes, now I need to move Amendment 1.
Second.
Thank you. Amendment 1, Mr. Lucas, if you might put it up there. It was sent out earlier today. There is a slight edit up there on the screen from what was sent earlier today, and so it does two things. The first thing it does is it enables our Director of Planning and Transportation to consolidate these reasonable conditions into the actual PUD document. So instead of, say, a Plan Commission, commissioners having to consult the actual PUD and then also consult all of these lists of reasonable conditions, it'll all be worked into the PUD so that only one area would have to be consulted. And that would be true for all of the reasonable conditions on that list, with the exception of number 8 that passed this evening, and then the earlier Plan Commission conditions of 1, 2, 6, 7, and 10, because those things are not appropriate to go into the text of the ordinance. So that is the first thing that Amendment 1 does. And the second thing that it does is in actually doing our reasonable condition number 10, we realized that there was the phrase plexes used generally, and that is not actually a vocabulary word that is used within our UDO. And within the PUD document itself, it was used twice as plexes and then spelled out in other places as duplex, triplex, and fourplex. So the second part of this amendment replaces the word plexes in those two places with the phrase duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, just to make sure that it is consistent throughout the document and that there is a complete understanding of what plexes actually means, because otherwise it's just kind of fuzzy.
Thank you. Any questions on Amendment 1? Okay, any member of the public care to comment on Amendment 1? Mr. Lucas, are there any hands on Zoom? No? Okay. Come back to council. Any comments on Amendment 1? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I appreciate the second part of this to clarify the ambiguity about plexes, because otherwise you could be talking about the other word for single-family homes, monoplexes. You would just never know. So thank you.
True. Councilmember Strasburg.
I want to thank the Planning and Transportation Department for incorporating all of these changes into the PUD, because that will make approvals and understanding moving forward a whole lot easier for everybody involved.
All right. I think we're ready to call the roll on Amendment 1.
Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes?
Councilmember Zulik is out of the room. Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Nassari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Amendment 1 passes. So now we go back to, what the heck is it even called? Ordinance 2024-07, as amended
Madam
and with reasonable
Madam
conditions
President?
attached. Yes,
May I make a motion?
Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we postpone consideration of ordinance 2407 until our June 5th regular session.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Rallo, would you like to explain the reasoning behind your motion?
Yes, well, the hour is late. It's 11 o'clock, and we've gone through a whole series of amendments, some of which just arrived in our inboxes at 5:30 this afternoon. I have further ideas based upon what evolved this evening. I think we have further considerations regarding density and building height, because that was something that changed in my mind. I had various questions regarding traffic and the lack of traffic study. We had questions about affordable housing and some debate about that. And then, of course, we had a change in a reasonable condition relating to the owner occupancy. So since it's 11 o'clock at night, this is the largest development Bloomington's ever seen. I think it would do the public good if we considered it, postpone our consideration until we're all fresh and we can ask further questions. So that's my meaning, my intent. Thank you.
All right. Any questions about the motion? Comments about the motion? Councilmember Stossberg?
I'll go ahead and comment and say that I'm ready to vote on this tonight. This is the third time that we've had discussion about this here in the session over, I think, 5 weeks or 6 weeks. And I have found myself very involved in various reasonable conditions. And I think that some of them, for example, Councilmember Daley's, brought to mind other things for me. And I think that the time has passed for that thinking, and that if we'd wanted to make big changes, then we should have already done that, and postponing another 3 weeks actually before June 5th is unnecessary for me. So I will be voting against postponement.
All right, any other comments? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, just briefly. I'm sympathetic a little bit to Councilmember Rallo's points. I regret that he only recently learned of a shift in one of the reasonable conditions that I had worked on, that we had discussed, he and I, last week, I think. I also was not at the meeting today, or maybe yesterday, that led to some of those adjustments. I understand his concern about that, but I just honestly don't think we're going to, I think we all were working towards the same goals in kind of in good faith, and arrived at what we arrived at, and that's kind of where we are. And I don't think we're going to do better or different. So some of the issues that he raised around density or building height, I don't see those going in a different direction from my perspective than where we are now. And so for that reason, I don't think I favor postponement. If there was, if I felt there was a there for us to dig into, I would be okay with it, but probably not in this case. Thank you.
Any other comments on the motion? All right, Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on the motion to postpone to June 5th?
Councilmember Flaherty.
No.
Zulik.
No.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
No.
Stossberg.
No.
Asari.
No.
Rosenbarger.
No.
Daley.
No. All right, that motion fails 2-7. So coming back to the ordinance as a whole with the reasonable conditions and the amendment approved, are there any questions from council members? All right, we'll go to the public. Is there anybody who wants to comment? Oh, Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, Ms. Scanlon, I'm perplexed why we don't have a thorough traffic study of what the impact will be. And, this has been long in the making. And I think it's one of the major impacts. Could you comment on that?
I guess my comment would be, without a direct kind of question, my comment would be that the Plan Commission knew that a traffic study wasn't going to be done, so they crafted a condition that they felt comfortable with sending it forward with. We did think, so the traffic study is actually 3 parts. The study portion was complete. The appendix wasn't done. was done, but then the supporting documents were not done, that the city engineer felt he needed to be able to thoroughly review the report. So the recommendation that came forward to you from Plan Commission included the caveat, that an MOU would need to be done, and then that we wanted to make sure that it was clear that the city engineer would be able to determine what improvements need to be made around the area, as opposed to it turning into a prolonged negotiation with the petitioner over the MOU. So that is kind of where we are. We have all of the data. We just have not had time to go through it all thoroughly. I do think it's fair to say that City Engineer Seabour has said publicly in the meetings that from what he has been able to review, because the traffic study in large part was completed in time, he did not think there were any large red flags that were, not doable or able to be worked out by the petitioner, and I think that they had the same comment as well.
So an additional 10,000 people could be accommodated by Weimer Road and Second Street and so forth.
Well, if they can't, then he'll require that those be upgraded.
To 4-lane roads or so forth. Something they may need to grow significantly. This is the dilemma. It's hard to wrap my head around what an additional 10 or 12,000 people would require in terms of driving in that area. But I've driven on Weimer Road. Of course, I drive on Second Street quite often, and to me, it's marginal at best right now. I can't imagine what the impact will be. But I have a few other questions, may I?
Yes, I did not see any other, or Councilmember Strasburg? No. Okay, yes, go. Yes, Councilmember Strasburg.
I have a follow-up to that about the MOU with regard to the traffic study. When does that memorandum of understanding need to be complete in terms of development of the site?
Hold on, let me check the reasonable condition. Executed, oh shoot. Where is the Plan Commission? I'm so sorry.
Is it what's on this sheet that it has to be
Yes.
executed before the grading permit is issued? So that is
Yes,
that
I'm
before
sorry,
the
it's in the
first
matrix.
grading pointed?
Yes, so it'll have to be done before the grading permit can be issued.
Which means that before they can do anything, that memorandum has to be complete. And so at this point, we're trusting that the city engineer is going to do a good job studying the traffic study and negotiating with the petitioner in terms of what improvements need to happen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
May I just say that that's the business of the council to decide, I think, in this case, and we deserve that information. And earlier this evening, the numbers given by the traffic engineer, or the head of the engineering department, was held in suspect. I don't believe so. I think he's straight up. But my other question is regarding the karst features, which there are many in this area. What happens? There were no borings done. Was there any subsurface examination of whether this area could accommodate what we're granting here in terms of the amount of density?
So the petitioner would have to answer if there have been borings thus far, but one of the conditions of approval of Plan Commission is that a karst study performed by a geologist shall be submitted at the time of the initial primary plat. As you know, when platting is done, and as we said in the first hearing, all of the environmental constraints that have to be put in some sort of conservancy easement, including the karst conservancy easements, will have to be done with that primary plat. So that report from the geologist will have to be submitted and analyzed before that time, and those areas that aren't appropriate for development won't be able to be developed.
Is that surface or alone or subsurface geology?
We'll have to see what speak with the geologist who does the report on what they think is appropriate. It hasn't been enumerated.
I'm wondering, as grading occurs, suppose karst features are revealed, what will happen? Is there, will those areas be prevented from being developed? I suppose probably state comes in at that point. Is that
Yeah,
is that
so
true?
the UDO has direction for when a karst feature is found during development, a remediation done, which the main point of contact for the city is the senior environmental planner on that.
Okay. Okay, well, I think I sense the temperament of the council, so I'm going to hold back and not, ask further questions at this time. So, thank you. Those are the major ones.
Are there any other questions from council members about the ordinance overall? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on the overall ordinance regarding the Summit District PUD? And please state your name and be sure to sign in, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
All right. All right. My name is Paulie Terracone. Thank you all for being here so late. So I'll try and whiz through my notes here. They're a little all over the place, and I'm also a little tired. So I just want to start off from the place of acknowledging the kind of housing crisis that we're dealing with, even here in Bloomington, of course, nationally as well. But as a grad student, I recognize it amongst my constituents. Or my cohort, I'm just used to hearing constituents so much. But used to hearing among my peers just how significantly difficult it is to find housing with stable housing long-term around here. And that's why many come for their education and then leave. I would say that density overall is a very key aspect of strategic development, and we need to be seeking every reasonable opportunity to increase density. It is the best tool we have at preserving our natural landscapes, our rural landscapes, our farms, our agriculture, our water systems, all these things that are best preserved when we can keep compact, consolidated development like this one. It's an ally of affordability. It's necessary. It's not sufficient. But without increasing density, affordability is not possible either. The worst possible outcome that we can do for housing affordability is to build nothing. Let's see. I'm going to just jump down. The fact that we've had to go over 12 reasonable expectations, I think, points to a very over-regulated environment that developers face nationwide, including here in Bloomington, and it is a key feature of the housing crisis and the affordability crisis that everyone is facing. And if we really want to be seeing smaller, more local, more incremental development, then we need to create the regulatory environment in which they are incentivized to do so. That does not currently exist, or if it does exist, it is in very small portions of Bloomington and of the country more generally. I am tired of hearing the bias against renters. I have been here for well over 10 years, been renting the whole time, and I get tired of hearing from members of council and from members of the public that somehow my contributions in the time that I've been here are less significant because I've been renting during that time. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Zoom. Do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to comment?
Yes, we have several folks. I'll just remind anyone else who would like to speak to let us know by using the raise hand feature or by sending a chat to the meeting host. First up, we have Yvonne.
Okay, go ahead and state your name again, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Yvonne Hensley again. I did want to comment one last time about this. I do live on this side of town, and when we talk about all those studies about housing and everything like that, let me tell you how much housing that goes unoccupied, that is built here in Bloomington, and it goes vacant because no one can afford it. Housing here goes up, and it doesn't go down. We keep building and we keep building. My job, next to my job, they just built another apartment building, and it's going for more than anybody can afford, but college students can afford it. We are a college town. We build for college students. We don't build for our community. And that's why our rent goes up. It's the different research. that is done. Now, we talk about density differently here. Now, we can build this over on this side of town, but we need to talk about what else is affected on this side of town. Did we talk about research on our elementary school, middle school, and high school? Are we talking about what's going to happen to our internet connection, our electricity bills, and our trash pickup? Are we talking about what's going to happen? Yeah, they're going to pay for their sewer and water, but y'all just said it. Are they going to pay the rest? Who's going to pay the rest? Are they actually going to fix? Are they going to fix a little bit at a time? Now, we just had a problem with mold and bacteria in our water just recently. And in the reservoir that we had to do boil order. It happens every year during the summer. Think about that with more people and a bigger density. 2nd Street already gets, because in the new Starbucks, it already gets packed because of Starbucks. Please, please think about this. Y'all don't live on this side of town. We do. So please think about it. Think about the people that live over here first. And yes, 5 weeks might be something big to you, but 5 weeks isn't something that should go unthought about. Maybe it might take 6. Maybe it might take 7 weeks. But think about people first because you don't feel like it, because you don't feel like taking another week to think about it. This is a large project for people, for this community. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. We'll come back to here in person.
Good evening, Madam President. This is Christopher Emdry from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I think this is the 4th or 5th time I've spoken about this, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to thank everyone involved from Ms. Scanlon, the engineering department, of course, the petitioners, their legal representation, Councilor Parker, on all of the work that they've done over the past 9 months on this. I think it's a tremendous job of coming together and what this looked like before and what this looked like after. I'm encouraging you on behalf of the chamber to support this ordinance, this PUD. Just going by a couple points that I've sort of brought up before, Councilmember Stossberg mentioned the empty nesters wanting to downsize. I'm looking to take over their 2,500 square foot house myself. So it kind of is a domino effect, and my house is open for the first-time buyers, so you sort of see how this works. And also, I had come before the Plan Commission many years ago, I think it was 9, against the Echo Park Urban Forest Living, which I made all these claims of bad things that would happen. That did not happen. This particular PUD remains smart growth. It's going to bring in valuable tax income, specifically property tax. We've seen from the ROI study that we have a commuter deficit this is Monroe County, not the much greater ones of Bloomington, but there's a 8% deficit of those coming into the county to work than those leaving to work. And this is leaving valuable income tax on the table that we valuable need. Which brings me to one of the things I have not mentioned is the 2023 resident survey, which did mention what is the least thing you like about living in Bloomington, which was the lack of affordable housing by 25% of those households. I don't know what that term, I think affordable means different things to different people. But as Kyle Davis, who I don't know what particular condition he commented on at this point, but he mentioned about the need for just more housing, how that maybe doesn't lower costs, but it lowers the growth quotient. And I happen to agree with that quite a bit. So we sort of look at this as a whole. I think we're moving in the right direction. We need to grow as Bloomington into a larger city. It's like a shark. We're not growing, we're sort of dying. And in order to be what I think is kind of a beacon in this state, we need to keep growing and show the rest of the state how to grow. And I think this does that. So I thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have somebody else on Zoom?
Yes, next is Kyle Davis.
Okay, go ahead and state your name again. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Kyle Davis.
On Friday, two groups, Bloomington Stronger Towns and Yimbiana, submitted an open letter to this council urging all of you to approve this new development. I hope all of you have read this letter as it details both of our organization's intellectual and empirical justifications for all of the claims we stand by and advocate for. It also informs the council why this project must be approved. I'll briefly outline what I mean. Number one, Bloomington needs to increase housing production to meet demand and support expanded housing affordability. As outlined and justified in the letter, housing is and always will be a supply and demand problem. With more houses built, there is a constant and incredibly strong negative correlation with the median price of homes in a neighborhood, community, or even an entire town or city. This correlation persists for high income, middle income, and lower income neighborhoods, for luxury and affordable housing, and within urbanized and suburban communities. Point blank, Bloomington builds more, Bloomingtonians pay less. If this council is dedicated to supporting Bloomington families and making our housing market more affordable, the council must approve this development and approve future developments to increase our housing supply. Number two, density creates the opportunity for sustainability. Automobile-dependent infrastructure is one of the biggest obstacles to renewable transformation in our country, and especially in this community. As shown in the open letter, density creates the opportunity for more public transport, more woodland space, and makes our town more walkable, especially since much of the Sudbury proposal is mixed use. Data and empirics show time and time again that more houses in more dense arrangements will make our town more dependent on public transport, less dependent on automobiles, and will create space for parks and woodland areas. Number three, anti-growth sentiment makes it harder for people to live in Bloomington. Anti-growth sentiment does many things to a town, especially in regards to anti-density housing policy. Restricting housing density increases economic inequality, as per the open letter. By making housing less affordable, the restriction of housing production and density makes it less likely that a poorer individual can move into a more affluent neighborhood, and thus access opportunities they were not afforded in their previous living situation. Council, don't give into the anti-growth, anti-density, anti-affordability, anti-equity talking points. Look at the data and literature cited in the open letter. Favor these statistics and empirics over panic and paranoia. If not for you, do it for us, because your decision today sets a precedent for far more than one housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in council chambers? Please come up and state your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Paul Rousseau. Growth. Your decision should be guided by the comprehensive plan. And I was quite taken aback by how strong the statement was at the preface to the comprehensive plan, right before the vision statement. It's specific that some of you were on the council at that point, and you had the vision to put in a statement there admonishing people not to be pro-growth or anti-growth. The statement clearly says that the council's decision should be growth neutral. So all these arguments about growth should not apply to your reasoning. What the documents that I saw showed that the anticipated growth, according to your own housing study in 2020, showed that Bloomington anticipates a need for about 236 extra units per year. Here we have one development providing 4,200. This speaks to the fact that this project is way too big. It is also, quite frankly, outrageous that the project is you're being asked to approve the project without a geologic study, without a completed traffic study. What does that say about transparency? If you're going to approve the zoning change and then behind the scenes work on that later. Affordability. The affordability standard that I heard that you outlined and I've read about over the last few weeks talks about 100% of the average median income. So that affordability standard is actually about building housing for the top half. What does that say about the bottom half? In a city where about half the people living here are in, I forget the term now, forgot to bring my notes, It's a perilous situation where we're spending more than 30% of our gross income. That's about half the city. So this project is not for the people that actually live here. This project is about anticipating who's going to move here. It's not even about anticipating growth because it's way more than we need. It's about stoking growth. And that violates the comprehensive plan because you're not supposed to be growth advocates. I guess my final comment would be we need to be building for people that are actually living here, not the people that we think will come here. And we need to not cede the authority of how to design our community to the magical hand of the capitalist marketplace. I know that's been in vogue all of our lives, but it's wrong because it's capitalism that is driving the ecological overshoot that we are all living with now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more residents who wish to comment on Zoom?
Yes, next is Thomas Landis.
Okay. You please state your name and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Thomas Landis, member of Urban Land Institute and Stronger B-Town. I'm one of the signers of the open letter that we sent in support of this project, and I've been in this chamber in person quite a bit to speak in favor of the project, and I want to again do that today and express my support for this project, especially one of the lines in the letter that we wanted to make sure to write is in response to the last meeting, there was a question about, well, what's the public benefit to this project? And we, members of these organizations and signers of this letter, want to amplify that additional housing in Bloomington is a fundamental public benefit. I've heard commenters talking about the inability to find appropriate housing. And the most recent commenter talking about being growth agnostic, I think is still a guiding force in this project. When we look at a market where even for a rental, it is hard to find for a family of 3 unless they get squeezed into a teeny tiny spot, I think that's an indicator that there's a demand. The growth is here and the market is asking for it. I also understand that there are these ideas that builders are building vacant, empty buildings, and that doesn't make a lot of business sense to me. I can't imagine anyone that would want to spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for there to be no return. It doesn't make any financial sense to me. I also, again, want to amplify what Paulie had said earlier. He spent a decade in this community as a renter. And renters, again, bring great value to our community. My understanding of those numbers is that, yes, I see 60% or so of our population is renting, and 50% of our population is a student population. And I think when you take those numbers out, it balances to show that, well, we still have a balance, we still have a need. And I don't think this project is pandering to future hopeful growth. I think this project is responding to an immediate and a felt need for a fundamental, critical need in any community, and that is available housing. And so for that reason, and many, many other reasons that other people far more intelligent than myself have articulated tonight, I support this project. And I thank you all on this council for your diligence and your thinking through this and for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on Zoom, please.
Next is Stephen Schott.
All right, please state your name again and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Steve Schott. What's good? And I'm just here to kind of support the possibly postponing for a couple weeks. Honestly, please do your due diligence, and obviously nobody did read what we did have of what a traffic survey was or the sewers analysis. and actually look at the cost involved with that. And is Bloomington is Bloomington able to cover those costs if our developer can't? Is our developer have that, numbers were upwards of 65 million. That's a lot of money. That's just one thing. And secondly, I wrote down, I don't want any perceived diss on renters, none at all. Buying, selling, owning, renting, these are all hallmarks of the American economy. I'm not against any of that at all. But and yeah, and basically as I see it, if everybody gives the green light today, says great. Developer has a primo piece of land with a primo deal with no geological studies done on it, no actual traffic surveys done on impact, no true commitment to doing any infrastructure upgrades at all. They can sell that to any corporation, whoever they want, and then they can take those MOUs or whatever and they got tens of billions of dollars. Our little lawyers, our little town wouldn't stand a chance against their high-rise developments. So just maybe do a little due diligence and check that out. That's all I ask. Thank you. Have a great day. Or evening. Morning. Bye.
All right, any other commenters on Zoom?
Next is Colin Nielsen.
Okay, please state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Mr. Nielsen, are you there?
Audio come through. Not sure if you can try to turn your mic on and off.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go
I
ahead.
apologize. My microphone on my computer doesn't work, so I have to use my headphones, and I didn't have them on. My name is Colin Nielsen. I am I'm a member of Stronger B Towns, and I was one of the people that signed the letter that was sent to you in support of this development. And I wanted to talk about how Bloomington needs to essentially hold the demand levers of housing that it is able to pull, because there's many other factors outside of the world that is causing housing to increase as well. From Wall Street buying up like housing, to Airbnb to rising interest rates. The entire world is reeling from the effects of, or most countries are reeling from the effects of increased housing costs. But all of these are essentially outside of Bloomington's ability to manage, because it's not a state or federal government. And the best thing that it can do to help its citizens be able to afford its housing is to provide more housing and denser developments and affordable housing, because single family housing is pretty much never cheaper than denser housing that can also be serviced by transit and better walkability, and also allow people who may not be able to afford a car to be able to rely on different modes of transportation. But yes, and also I am a graduate student at IU, and I'm going to be graduating next year, and I am worried about my ability to essentially be able to continue affording living in the city of Bloomington. Right now, of course, my parents are helping me out cover the super high cost of the rent that's like the highest in the state. But at some point, I'm gonna have to look for my own employment, and it will be difficult to be able to continue affording to live in Bloomington when I don't have the ability to cover the costs from other sources. So and I think one of these developments out of many can help contribute to decreasing the cost of housing in Bloomington. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom, Mr. Lucas?
I think that's it.
All right, I don't see any other takers here in council chambers. So we'll come back to council members for our final comments on ordinance 2024-07. Councilmember Strasburg.
I'll just make a super short comment. I feel like there are several people from the public who basically just accused us as a body or at 11:30 at night. I'll take it personally. Me as an individual is not doing due diligence on this project. And I just want to publicly say the very first meeting that I had about this project was last February. And I want you to note that was when I was actually running for office. Okay, that was like literally about a week after I declared, okay? And so I have had this on my radar for a very long time. I have talked to a great number of people about it. I have watched all the Planning Commission meetings about it. I have spent countless hours thinking about it and reading it and understanding housing and understanding Bloomington's need and thinking about reasonable conditions and thinking about the people who live there, which has been some of my motivation of some of the reasonable conditions. So to accuse me at this point, at least, I can't speak for my 8 colleagues, of not having done like my due diligence on this project is just not understanding how much time I have spent starting when I was barely a candidate for office, okay? Secondly, seeing that this is like the 3rd time that we've had discussion about this tonight, a lot of things have been missing in this discussion. We've talked this minutia about all of these reasonable conditions and not mentioned at all some of the things that Bloomington is getting from this project. I just wanted to highlight a few of them. First of all, in terms of the comprehensive plan, it is getting some diverse housing options, which does go with the comprehensive plan. Secondly, this has sat fallow for almost 25 years when the prior PUD folks stopped developing because they had to spend a whole lot of money and build roads. We are getting roads. We are getting some awesome connections through this property. We want to talk about this traffic study that hasn't been done and all of this traffic that's going to go on Weimer. I think that it might relieve some traffic on Weimer because traffic can actually cut through this development to get to other sides of town. We are getting land for a fire station. We are getting a trailhead. We are getting a multi-use trail that connects this development to the B line and Switchyard Park, which is really not very far away from it. So I think that Bloomington is actually getting a whole lot of benefit from this development existing. And I just want to say that I really, really paid attention to these details because I wanted to make sure that for all those things Bloomington was getting, we weren't giving up things that were uber important. The fact that the environmental standards have to follow the UDO and they don't get any breaks on that, that's a really valuable thing that we're getting. Like, I'm not going to fuss about there not being a geology study right this second because I know that it has to be done. And before those, like, nothing can happen until those things get done as part of this process. But the first thing that we have to do to allow those things to get done is approve the rules for how they need to develop this. And that's why I don't want to postpone tonight. I just want to allow those things to start getting in motion so that we can develop this land for the benefit of Bloomington. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Zulik?
Yes, I will say I will second what Councilmember Strasburg said. I've been at multiple Plan Commission hearings talking about this way back when we were candidates. I also just want to respond to a couple comments that were made. I am a renter. I love renters, and I do genuinely feel a bias against renters at like a city level. And I also just want to put out there that I really resent the notion that students are not a part of the Bloomington community, especially because students make up over half of our population. Yes, like IU would not be IU without Bloomington, but Bloomington would also not be Bloomington without IU, and they're lovely students. And I don't think it's fair to categorize students as like one social class. Like there are plenty of students who also suffer from the lack of affordable housing options. I know because I graduated about a year ago and it's still pretty hard for me to find housing. And while we do have an increasing population, we have a declining workforce in Bloomington, and one of the fastest ways to increase that workforce is to get the students to stay in Bloomington after they graduate, and behaving like students aren't a part of our community is only going to do more to drive them away and cause us to lose out on a huge talent market that we could have. The reality is we need housing, and as many of my constituents have reached out to me to make this point, we cannot let the idea of perfection be the enemy of the common good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ruff?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to say the reasonable conditions made this better from the I feel like from the perspective of the interest of the community. I do really think it was dramatically improved by those reasonable conditions, and I appreciate the work of my council colleagues, the petitioner, staff, to develop and negotiate those reasonable conditions. I do want to read from the comprehensive plan, the 2018 Bloomington comprehensive plan that was mentioned by one of the members of the public. It's from the vision statement from the comp plan for the city of Bloomington. It says, the council feels it necessary to be clear about two concepts reflected both in this plan and in the vision statement. In the vision statement, interpretive guidance on growth and development. First, when it comes to the use of the terms growth and development throughout the document, when they are used in the quantitative context of physical growth, expansion of population, and/or of our built environment, these terms are to be interpreted as value neutral. No part of this plan or vision should be construed as advocacy for population growth, growth of our built environment, or growth in consumption as goals or endpoints in themselves. Rather, the vision of growth and development for our community is a qualitative one. Qualitative growth includes growth in social and economic equity, growth in environmental quality and integrity, growth in community health, growth in opportunities for quality education, quality employment, and civic engagement, and growth in access to amenities for all. This is what we mean by economic development. Simple physical growth should not be confused with economic development, nor be understood as a means to foster economic development. It is the intent of the council that this position on growth and development shall inform the interpretation of this plan. And I just read that because I was reminded of it by one of the members of the public, and the terms anti-growth were being thrown around a lot tonight, pejoratively, I feel. I just wanted to make the statement that I don't think it's an accurate term at all. If recognizing the limits to growth, that you can't grow infinitely and indefinitely in a finite environment, if that's being anti-growth, well, then that's, I guess, what it is. It, to me, is a recognition that you can't, that it's simply that you can't grow indefinitely in a finite environment, and that, as one member of the public also said, I agree, and I feel like I was elected to represent current, existing residents' interests. So again, while the reasonable conditions, I feel like, made this much better, and I really appreciate the work of everybody involved in doing them, I just have too many general concerns about the development proposal of this magnitude for this community. I mean, I'm concerned about the long-term impacts and the costs of growth at this scale. I mean, there's a lot of good evidence out there. I mean, some council members like to, refer to studies and research and the current data. There's a lot of evidence out there, research that shows that residential development, as a general rule, doesn't pay, the tax revenues from increased residential development don't cover the costs, overall costs of services and impacts on the community. And I'm concerned that this is precisely the kind of development proposal that I thought we would see as a result of I-69 being built. And in terms of its effect of basically picking up Bloomington and moving it closer to Indianapolis, to Crane, to Evans, it just literally has the same effect as moving the community closer to those places. And to me, it's a kind of a speculative development proposal that exceeds the projected growth that we can reasonably assume for the community, especially if we're not actively pursuing physical growth, as our comprehensive plan says, that it is intended to capture some of this, what we will likely see, and what I was afraid, and many people were afraid all along with I-69, that it's going to create demand and growth in and of itself that doesn't really come from within the community. So, this project has some really good features and provides for some current community needs. I recognize that. I see that. But like everything, most of the hard decisions we make, there's upsides and downsides. I just don't think it provides the benefits that will outweigh the downsides that will come with something of this magnitude. There are other ways, and better ways, I think, more in keeping with the spirit of Bloomington and with the intent of the current, with the comprehensive plan and current residents and projected growth based on what we really should be pursuing rather than actively seeking physical expansion and population growth in the community. Councilmember Zulik just said a minute ago, and this has been something in my whole life in Bloomington. She said, people want students. We want to keep students in Bloomington. Yeah, that's great for a lot of ways. But think of the flip side of that, though. The flip side of that is those people aren't going back to their communities. So Bloomington is benefiting at the cost of other communities. So I just say that to illustrate. It's complicated. It's very complicated. There's upsides and downsides to everything. And it's really hard to get my head around this one. At this point, we didn't have the time that Councilmember Rallo asked for, the additional time. And without that, I'm just not in a position to support the overall project right now, to vote yes. So thank you.
Councilmember Asare.
Motion to call the question.
That is not a debatable motion. It needs 2/3 vote to pass, and then we would decide what to do from there.
All right. Well, I guess we will have a vote on the motion to call the question. Clerk Bolden.
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Absolutely not.
Ruff?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-2, sorry. So we will then
Madam Chair,
vote on the ordinance.
we have never concluded something of this magnitude. This is a point of order question without thoroughly hearing from our colleagues in terms of final comment. This is shocking to me. It's an affront. Proceed if you want. I
Well,
object.
I think we have to proceed since the vote was in favor of calling the question.
I'm so disappointed in my colleagues.
So I think we will move to a vote on the ordinance with the reasonable conditions and the amendment. Clerk Bolden?
Councilmember Rallo?
Absolutely, unequivocally, no. Since so.
Ruff?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
and Zulik.
Yes.
The ordinance passes by a vote of 7-2. We have one more item on our agenda. It would need 2/3 vote to be heard tonight, since it's after 10:30.
We can't hold that until midnight.
We can also, do we have to introduce the item before we move to postpone, or do we just,
There's no motion to introduce. We would simply move on to the other items on the agenda. That item would be rescheduled for the next regular session, which is June 5th.
so do we have a motion to introduce the resolution?
Motion to delay or to reschedule or whatever we have to do, reschedule?
Essentially, I don't think any motion is needed here. If it's not introduced, it would simply be rescheduled for a later regular session. So if there's no motion to introduce, we just move on with tonight's meeting.
Can I just move on to legislation for first readings and move that ordinance 2024-13 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only as a first reading? Am I allowed to do that right now and just skip the resolution?
Is there anybody who would like to introduce Resolution 2024-12? No. Okay. Councilmember Stossberg?
Great. I move that ordinance 2024-13 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second. We do need a vote. Is Councilmember Rollo still with us in the meeting? No, he is not? Okay.
Don't believe so, no.
All right, all those in favor of the clerk reading ordinance 2024-13 by title and synopsis only, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Okay. Ordinance 2024-13 to amend Title II of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Administration and Personnel regarding amending Bloomington Municipal Code 2.04.380, Order of Business at Regular Sessions. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Bloomington Municipal Code 2.04.380 entitled Order of Business at Regular Sessions, which sets forth the order of items on the council's regular session agenda. It reduces the standard speaker time limit applicable to reports from the public and additional reports from the public from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and removes a provision allowing the presiding officer to reduce this time allotment based on the number of people wishing to speak.
Thank you. And that item will move to second reading discussion on June 5th. We move to additional public comment. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on items not on tonight's agenda? Mr. Lucas, is there? And I'm sorry, it's limited, people are limited to either speak at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting for things not on the agenda. So I sincerely hope you haven't waited all this time. Just, okay. You can leave it with us afterwards. Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Not that I see. If there are members of the public that would like to speak, please let us know by raising your hand in Zoom or sending a chat to the meeting host. And I do have a very brief comment that Sam Dove wanted to have read out loud. Mr. Dove says there are too many people coming east on the supposedly one-way part of 3rd Street from Jackson going west. Monday, I watched a car come at least 2 blocks traveling from west to east to turn onto Jackson Street. Please consider some one-way street signs from Jackson west to Buckner Street. And I see no other comments.
Okay. And nobody in council chambers would like to comment? Okay. All right. Matters of council schedule. Mr. Lucas, do you have any reminders for us? I have something.
I believe the president is hoping to schedule an additional work session on May the 30th to continue discussion of the convention center expansion project. So if that meeting.
I move that we schedule a work session on Thursday, May 30th, from 3:30 to 5 p.m. in the Allison Conference Room on the topic of the Convention Center expansion. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we will hold that work session. Anything else on the schedule, Mr. Lucas?
No, thank you all.
All right, well then we can adjourn. Thank you.